GIC, February 5th, sound check 1, sound check 1.
Chair of the GIC meeting. As we have quorum present for today's meeting, I'd like to call the meeting to order. In chambers, we have Councillors McMeekin, A. Wilson, Jackson, Francis, Beattie, Kretsch, Clark, and M. Wilson. And online, we have Councillor Wang. A reminder to everyone on committee and the public and staff, if you have an electronic device with you, please set it to a non-audible function so it does not interrupt the meeting. We don't have any ceremonial activities, so we will move right to the approval of the agenda. Madam Clerk, can you advise of items included in the addendum, please?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, there are 2 added delegations and 1 item of written correspondence for item 9.1. There are 5 added notice of motions, 2 of which have been revised, and the amendment to the OBL has been revised as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Could I have a mover and seconder to approve the agenda as presented? Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Jackson. Show of hands, all those in favor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Jackson has a question. Pause that vote.
No, not at all. Thank you, and good morning, Chair Kassar. Item 6.3, Elsie McRae, my constituent, Jody Formosi. I could do it later when we're under delegations. There's been an emergency medical matter in the family, and she simply asked that this matter either be tabled or referred to another meeting that she could attend. So I just wanted, whether we do it before approving the agenda or I could do it at delegation time.
So through the Deputy Mayor, we can do it through changes to the agenda that she attend a future GIC.
I was asking for on her behalf.
Staff can.
And if you want something in writing later, I could ask her for that.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Is that all right then, Chair Kassar?
Thank you,
Thank you so
Councillor
much.
Jackson.
Thanks, Elsie McRae.
Okay, so that's one additional change to the agenda. Okay, so the agenda as amended, moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Jackson. A show of hands, all those in favor? And that's everyone that carries. Thank you very much. Moving along to declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none, we'll move along to approval of the minutes from the previous meeting. 5.1 minutes from January 15th, 2025. May I have a mover and seconder to adopt the previous minutes? Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Beattie. Is there any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, I'll need a show of hands. All those in support? And that's everyone. That carries. Thank you very much. We are now on to delegations. And before we begin our delegations for today, members are reminded that questions of the delegates are for clarification purposes only, not for debate. If I sense that you're going into debate or to opinions, I will call you out of order, okay? And a note to our delegates, you have 5 minutes to complete your delegation. You will hear a tone at 4 minutes. That's the 1-minute warning, and you'll have 1 minute to wrap up. So our first delegation, 6.1. Rob Zeidler, the Cotton Factory, and Dave Santee, Dean of Mohawk College, School of Climate Action, respecting support of Pivot Tech 24 and announcement of Pivot Tech 25. Good morning, gentlemen. Good to see you. We'll get the mic on, and then you can take it away.
Okay. Start the timer. First of all, before I begin the delegation, I would like to thank 2 people. The first is hiding in the audience, Richard. Richard Allen is an incredible person, and he is very happy to be sitting there in the back seat, letting others stand in the limelight. But without Richard, there would have been no Pivot Conference. He is an amazing person. I was introduced to him by the Chamber of Commerce, and he has been with me since the first moment, and without him, there would be no conference. So, second of all, Annette Paymont, she ran events at the AGH for 10 years and made this event a huge success, so they deserve a thanks. So, and it works. Oh, no, it doesn't. It goes there, but it did not. Oh, there we are. What Pivot is an annual tech conference focused on sustainability, and not just, aren't these interesting ideas, but actually to have transformative change. So it was my idea back in COVID to have a conference. Lord knows why, but it was. And so the purpose of today, we came earlier to tell you that it was coming up and to talk about what was happening happening and to report on what happened this year, talk about the city's support, and then we have an announcement. So, So the purpose of it is to, we are facing this incredible challenge right now with global warming and everything else, and it's something we have to deal with immediately. So it's a place for people to come to, a place to discuss the challenges, to build partnerships in Hamilton and the greater Hamilton area, to share solutions, to grow clean tech businesses, and to advance sustainable development. So this year, I think if there's one word I can say for Pivot 2024, it was better. So we had more people come. We had a better quality of attendee this year. We sold more tickets, noticeably more tickets this year than last. And last year we were $85. This year we were $185, and we still sold more tickets. We had speakers from the US, speakers from Sweden. Estonia has been knocking on our door asking to come next year. And we broke even this year. And let me tell you, as the guy footing the bills, that is happy news for me. So I want to finally say thank you very much to the City of Hamilton. When we started this, Richard and I had, every month we had a goal. And the first month was, do we have support? Because if we don't have support, let's just call this a day. So we went and knocked on the city's door, and if the city said thanks but no thanks, because the essential purpose of this is to, the hidden purpose is to promote technology in Hamilton. And if the city didn't think it was worthwhile, then we were going to stop. And I'll tell you, from day one, the city's been an amazing supporter. The whole concept of sustainability comes from my meeting with Cyrus Tarani, who was working on the city's plan and said this is something you should definitely do. I'm not going to read out the list of names, but I would like to thank all those who came this year. I would like to thank the mayor for her support, and I'd like to thank the city not just for the financial support, but also for the support we got in terms of encouragement, ideas, feedback. So much of this conference has been a result of us working with the city. So on that note, I am going to hand over to David Santee.
Thank you, Rob, and thank you, Council, for the opportunity here to address the importance of the Pivot Conference. Mohawk College is going to be the new steward of the Pivot Conference. We okay? Okay, thanks. So we're going to be the new steward of the Pivot Conference. We're going to have a symposium in the fall and another major conference in the spring. This is a great opportunity. Mohawk College, as many of you may know, has launched a new academic climate action school. It's an academic school with degrees and diplomas and micro-certificates. It'll also be a major research center to really position Hamilton and the broader community, and hopefully Ontario and Canada will get the recognition of being a place in which climate issues are talked about, solutions are found here, and we can actually help with this major transition that's going to take an awful long time. I spent most of my career in the steel industry and the energy sector making carbon, and now I got to figure out how to get rid of it or reduce it significantly. So it's a great opportunity. I leave here today to head down to Arizona State University. ASU is one of the largest universities in climate and sustainability, and we hope to partner with them and really bring attention to Hamilton and to Mohawk College and McMaster University. And nobody's on top in this. This is a big challenge for the young people. We left them this problem, or we gave them this problem, and now we have to help them resolve it and see what we can do to move forward. But I do want to recognize Rob for the work he did. He did this on his own and started it, and continues to be a champion around it. So very happy, and thank you to Hamilton, and I hope to see everybody in the fall at the Pivot Conference, and lots of things happening there. Yesterday I met with Jennifer Patterson on the decarbonization hub here in Hamilton. So that will be another part of that, and we'll work together to get that done. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much to both of you. I'll pause to see if there are any questions from committee. Seeing none, thank you very much for your time here and for the announcement. Okay, I need a mover and seconder to receive the delegation, please. Councilor Maureen Wilson, Councilor Kretsch. Show of hands to receive the delegation. That looks like everybody, and that's carried. Moving on to 6.2, John Gerard, Hamilton Burlington SPCA, respecting item 11.3, report PED 20074B, and that's in person. Welcome, John. We'll just get set up at the podium. And also note that since we started the meeting, Council Taddison and Mayor Horvath joined us. Okay, take it away.
Good morning, Chair Kassar and Mayor Horvath and members of council and city staff. My name is John Gerard. I'm the Chief Executive Officer and of the Hamilton Burlington SPCA. Some of you may remember me. I was here back on April 4th, 2023. We are a 127-year organization, almost entirely donor-funded in the community of Hamilton. It has been about 2,555 days or 7 years that we have helped over 87,315 animals in our community. At the same time, we have yet to resolve our discussion. But time is not a limitless resource. Every delay has a cost, not just to us, but to the animals and families who rely on our services. After 7 years, the question is no longer whether this is important, but is why action hasn't been taken. This morning, I'm here to ensure that we hopefully move and we make it a different day, and that this conversation finally leads to some action. I want to quickly summarize why we're here and go through the last 7 years and talk about why I need your help. Yes, thank you. First and foremost, we have been a very, very good partner with the City of Hamilton, and I can tell you that we have had excellent working relationships with the day-to-day staff at Animal Services, and I would be remiss to say that Kelly Beaton has been a phenomenal partner of the SPCA, and we have worked on many, many solutions. But where we are today is 7 years in trying to find a solution. We have a land title agreement and a 1995 document that we need council and staff to move on. We've had 32 conversations. We've invested over $500,000 in resources. We've continued to partner with the city on a day-to-day basis, but we are at our capacity and we need to move. In the last 3 years that I have been CEO, we have had 18 conversations. We've offered multiple options to resolve. We began investing in alternative solutions, to date, costing the organization $1.5 million. We presented to council on April 4th. The word fair deal was issued. 1.5 years later, we presented 3 options on August 15th, 2024. And as of today, we're not aware of any updates. We believe that there is one clause that is causing us to not move forward, and that's in the 1995 agreement. We are at different options, and we agree differently with with staff of the city. We have presented council with 3 options through staff. They cover all the spectrums. We hope that you have received a copy of this, and we are really hoping that you would find a win-win solution in option number 2. Today, I would like to take time to have a conversation and questions that we have of council. Which department is authorized to build this solution? What is an appropriate timeline to reach a resolution? Will the proposed $1.5 million capital allocation in your animal services budget be able to help support and expedite this solution? And finally, if I could have a definition of a fair deal. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is the end of my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, John, for your presentation. I'll pause to see if there are any speakers. I see Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
Just for my benefit, I was wondering if you could go over those last three or four questions. I got the first one. Which
Certainly.
department is authorized to build or provide a
Which-
solution?
Yes.
Thank you.
What is an appropriate timeline to reach a resolution? Will the proposed 1.5 million capital allocation to the animal service budget be used to support an expedited solution? And ultimately, what is the definition of a fair deal?
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Jackson, followed by Councillor McMeekin.
Thank you, Chair Kassar. CEO Gerard, thank you. Good to see you again, almost 2 years later. It sounds like we still have, unfortunately, what I'm detecting is an impasse. And just to remind everyone again, I was there, Chair Kassar, in 1995 to open this wonderful facility. Okay, anyways, I need to get some clarification. And this is difficult, Chair Kassar, because we have an in-camera report, so it's tricky and sticky right now in open session, even though I'd like to probe the CEO to see how much more I can get from him without jeopardizing the in-camera. So I'll look to you and your leadership, Chair Kassar, if you feel I'm just crossed the threshold. You said 7 years this has been in the works, and yet it was April of 23, almost 2 years ago. So can you reconcile for me? Have you folks actually been at the city table with city representatives for actually 7 years? And almost 2 years ago, we tried to give a little oomph to the discussions. Through you, Chair Kassar, please, CEO.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Jackson. We have been at the discussions for 7 years. August 20, when we visited, and you will find a letter, a package of the option that we provided to staff on August 15th, 2024, where we tried to move the impasse by providing the city with 3 viable options that we felt provided a range of solutions, both to the support and recognition of the benefit of taxpayers, but also to the benefit of the animals and ultimately to the benefit of the SPCA, Councillor.
Okay. Follow up, you've mentioned you've spent 500,000 in resources, but you also mentioned 1.5 million in resources. Can you explain and reconcile the two numbers for me, please, through you, Chair Kassar?
Through the chair, Councillor Jackson. So the $500,000 is resources over the course of the 7 years. I prefer not to break that down in the public, Councillor. The 1.5 is the development planning and timing to recognize that the land that we currently own, we have been able to move forward with a $500,000 budget dedicated to moving that process through the development stream, but an additional $1 million in additional expenses on everything from architecture, reports, and other third party, as well as staffing.
Okay. Am I allowed a couple of more questions? You can tell me when my time's up, Chair Kassar. Thank you. You keep talking about a fair deal. I will suspect that you've provided city staff with 3 options, which we're going to hear, I'm sure, in camera. Your preferred option, you've stated publicly, is option 2. That's the fair deal, or even one of the other options would be in the ballpark from your standpoint of a fair deal?
Through the chair to Councillor Jackson. Obviously, I need to be sensitive of what I communicate. However, we believe that by putting 3 options, and by the way, just to you, Councillor, we have never received a formal offer of any kind from a discussion to a negotiation. We have never received anything in letterhead from the city offering. So we moved forward our own on that August 8 to forward that letter. So in essence, we believe that we covered 3 very good options through the last 7 years, which we think is a win-win solution.
Last 2 questions quickly. From your standpoint again, I will presume, remembering when you were last here, at our table would be reps from real estate, legal, and MLE, or am I missing anyone? Through you, Chair Kassar.
And I apologize, I might use different names, but to my recollection, we have legal, real estate, and animal services.
and Animal Services, which fall under MLE. Okay. Last question. I think you've talked publicly in the past about expansion plans, new hospital, things like that. Are you somehow with your donors still moving forward, or is everything in a state of abeyance because of this impasse? Through you, Chair Kassar, and that's my last question.
Through the chair to you, Councillor Jackson. I want to be fully transparent to council. We are struggling to move forward. We can't move forward until we have resolution of the land. And for those not using this as a discussion point, but for anyone in real estate in general, land value, acquisition, leverage of land property is a very important part of any kind of development process if you want to move forward. It's a leverage, it's an opportunity from a financial perspective to advance. But at this point, to answer specifically, we are at an impasse to move forward. We are basically on hold.
Thanks for all the great work you continue to do for our critters in the community. Thank you, Chair Kassar.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Councillor McMeekin.
Yes, thanks, Chair. And John, thanks for coming out and sharing. I know a little bit about your group. I'm an animal lover, but that's about as deep as it goes, I'm afraid. But building on Councillor Jackson's comments, he was there in 1995. I wasn't. I know on a couple of rare occasions we chatted about the good work you do, and he's been someone who's enlightened me. Tell me if I'm wrong. I'm sensing a bit of frustration here. What started as a partnership, as I understand it, many years ago, there was land. You would have the building, the city would have the building. There's some money. I don't think you got any senior level government support. I think it was all volunteers and such. But you can clarify that. But is the and now you're having trouble getting together. Partners are having trouble getting together to talk about options. Is that what your position is?
Through the chair to Councillor McMeekin, thank you for your question, and thank you again for your support. Councillor McMeekin, the actual, in 1995, it is a public document, that portion of the agreement, there were 3 levels of government involved in that particular aspect. The federal government, the provincial government, and the municipality. The actual municipality, the City of Hamilton, was the smallest contributor at 5% of the total value of that relationship. Staff can probably provide you in the contract or in the documentation specifically what those contributions. I would prefer not to say them here. And then your comment with regards to the frustration. The frustration stems from a capacity issue. I am not going to speak on behalf of Animal Services, but I can tell you on both sides, we are struggling to meet the needs. For the last 7 years, we have shared that we are at a point where we have no longer space. So we are literally moving people from space to space, animals to animals, and we are now very close to crossing that threshold of being standards of care. The province is coming down with very specific guidelines, 177 pages of guidelines, which will eventually affect the city's operations as well. And if we don't act on something, we are going to have a major problem in the city of Hamilton shortly. When people don't have somewhere to go, they release animals to the wild. Animals have behavior issues, and it just grows from there. And right now, we're struggling. We have turned away more animals in the last year than in our history. And that's just unacceptable.
So you need bigger space, is that what you're telling me?
Correct. Today, we are dealing with, we haven't carried now 300 animals. We have a waiting list of what we call surrender, people who need to give up their animal, of about 110. And we have 110 foster families to meet capacity. So we literally are at a point where we either need to grow or we have to look at alternative solutions to find. So we are in discussions with Brant County to see if they would allow us to partner with them on a space in Brantford.
Okay, so partners come to the table, a complex arrangement, difficulty sorting things out. Who's the legal owner of the building?
On title, it's us.
You say on title, that's registered title?
Registered title.
Those are my questions, Chair. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Clark, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The delegate provided us a letter that's addressed to City Council members. Can I get clarification? Is this intended to be confidential to the City Council, or is this intended for public consumption?
This is just for City Council.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing Councillor Maureen Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you. I know it's not particularly germane. It's having impact, but it's not germane to the relationship. But I am just curious about something you said about your capacity issues and the number of animals in distress, the number who are on the wait list. I'm trying to reconcile what happened through the chair with the last time the former executive director was here. She was answering questions pertaining to the budget. I think it was in 2020, at which time Ms. Emo said that the rate of animals being turned over and available for adoption across the country were going down. And that seems to be contrary to the pattern which you've just established. I'm wondering if you could maybe speak to what happened of those environmental issues, perhaps those externalities that have created what seems to be contrary to that trend. Thank you.
Through Chair, thank you, Councillor Wilson. Since COVID, during COVID, 15% of the population thought it was a great idea to adopt a pet. What's come out of that is that spay and neuter was not done during that time. Socialization was not done at that time. People have since been called back to work. The environment has changed. And we're seeing a tremendous amount of folks that were those families now having to give them up, whether it's downsizing, whether it's apartments, whether it's families moving back in with parents. It has changed the environment. During COVID, we served about 3,000 end-of-life families because they had nowhere else to go to put down their sick animals. And we're not talking euthanasia from a public perspective. We're talking about owner euthanasia, where they're asking. This is what's happened over COVID. Things have changed. The environment has changed, and across the country there is no space. Rescues are at the brink. Organizations like ours, the only good part is that we have a good financial base that allows us to come up with alternatives. Many of my colleagues do not. In fact, just so you know, Councillor Wilson, we are the biggest food bank supplier in the province. We now supply 17 other shelters, 23 rescue groups, and we just finished a shipment of 14 and a half skids to Northern Ontario. There is a big issue happening in our community.
Thank you. I really appreciate that context. I've been thinking about this issue. It's just my opinion that often animals are, we don't think of the impact on them in the larger context of what's going on in our communities, in the context of whether it's a houselessness crisis, whether it's people not able to afford a bigger place maybe, or return to work. And often as organizations, we're stagnant and we don't adjust, but everything else is adjusting around us or changing around us. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Just a last check for any other speakers. Not seeing any. Thank you very much, John.
Thank you,
Appreciate being
Councillor
here today. So could I have a
Thank you,
mover and
Councillor.
seconder to receive the delegation, please? Councillor Jackson, Councillor McMeekin. All those in favor, show of hands, please. And that carries. Thank you. Okay, 6.3 during agenda review was moved. It's deferred to another meeting, so we will skip over that to 6.4. Which is delegations respecting item 9.1 on today's agenda, suitable site for a Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelter, HATS community. A note to committee, we'll take a vote at the end of all delegations to receive them at once. So first up, we have Angela Burns from Parkview East Neighborhood Association. It's an in-person delegation. Welcome, Angela. Angela's just making her way down to the podium. Oh, we'll get your microphones turned on. Just one
On?
second. Oh, there you go.
All right, Madam Mayor, Councillor, everyone here, thank you, good morning, and thank you for having me. Thank you. So just to introduce myself, my name is Angela. I'm a migrant from South America. So I've seen poverty, I've seen homelessness since, I was born actually. And we moved to Toronto. I'm a resident of Hamilton. My daughter and son-in-law bought a home and about to have a new Hamiltonian in July. So yeah, thank you. So there's a lot of families I notice in this community. So a lot of, you guys are lucky, you're getting a lot of people from other municipalities bringing such vibrancy in that community. So first I'd like to give you a little bit of background who I am. So, and I have a little bit of experience with the homeless population going back as far as 40 years. So I've had seats on a lot of committees, mostly volunteered, dealing with homelessness in primarily in Toronto, but specifically 2 shelters. I was sitting on the board, which is sistering. It's not really a shelter, it's actually a drop-in. And the reason they opened it, they made a motion with the city to open it because a woman was severely abused, both sexually and physically, in a wooded area. You'll see why I said that, but so they had to open it up. It's literally mats on the floors, but at least they're in a safe environment. Also, the opposite end, which is Christie Ossington Neighborhood Center, which is a male shelter, which is one of the probably best run city, it's not city shelter, it's privately run. So I sat on that board as well. I also worked at Robertson House back in the 80s. I won't tell you what year, but so downtown, right downtown Toronto. So I also sat on 14 Division CPLC Community Police Liaison Committee for 20 years. I was first resident elected in the Bloor Court BIA. You can look that up. Bloor Court BIA goes from Montrose to Dufferin, and also started the Christie Ossington Resident Association, which is now Friends of Christie Pitts. So we moved out here, I retired. I worked in pretty much 3 levels of government as well. So I prepared a document, and I hope you get to read this. I won't have time in 5 minutes to go over everything. But the reason I say this is also, I put first is the map of the location. And I find this, I can only describe as a very isolated site. I'm going to repeat that word, isolated. It's literally an island that goes from the Red Hill Valley to Woodward, Brampton to Rennie. And if you've been in that neighborhood, which is Ward 4, it's literally, there's no thoroughfare. So your access of entry is Brampton. There is no other way. You can't go through the highway. So there's very lack of areas to come into that area. So. Also, it sits on the Red Hill Valley Trail. So I went to see the site itself and, did a little inspection. So there's 3 impacts, and that is client, environment, and also the residents. So I'm sure Councillor Huang probably received quite a bit from residents, so I won't go too much into that. My focus is really on the site itself for client-based. Number 1 is the safety concerns. One of the things I learned from sistering in the Christie Ossington Neighborhood Center is that what's important to homeless is being around the services, whether that being, food banks, their social services, any other supports that they have. One of the things that I know a lot of downtown residents didn't like it there, but the problem is that they need to be close. They need to feel safe. And especially people that, visit, example I use sistering, is that it wasn't isolated. It was in well-lit area, a lot of transportation, a lot of access through different points, and it was a safe place to go, right? So to me, the safety concerns go as far as seclusion. There's limited access. I'm just going to give highlights, but it's all in the document you can read. Increased traffic and potential for conflict, particularly because we're a little island. I call the little island isolated island, and that is the residents and the homeless in the other settings that I mentioned is that there's not that potential for that meeting, that conflict. That can happen, it can. So inadequate lighting, very important. One of the things is safety. When you're homeless and you're already in an isolated area, there's nowhere to run. Where am I going to go, right? Especially being a female. Predatory activity. Also, because of the isolation, you're going to see a lot of predators coming in to take advantage of them. Example, drug dealers is one. Lack of visibility. Physical assaults, there's more potential for that. Exposure to elements, and especially in that area. And then I mentioned mental health impacts, which I think you probably well know, but I think it's important to reiterate the anxiety, the fear, the social isolation, the lack of transportation. You're literally, if you're in good shape, it's a good 10 to 15-minute walk to the nearest bus stop. And then you have to take some more bus to get to all the agencies and support systems for the homeless. There's lack of
Angela,
it.
sorry to interrupt. We're over 5 minutes, so if you can just take
Oh,
a few
sorry,
seconds
okay.
to wrap up.
So then,
Thank you.
again, this is all in this document. I gave it to the clerk's office yesterday. There's environmental impacts as well, which I conferred with some people because I had to really look up the issues around the Red Hill Valley Trail, which it sits on, and the cultural historical value, and then the impacts on the residents, which again, you can probably speak with Councillor Huang about all those. And, you know, again, there's a lot of families, you have to note, there's a lot of families with young children, you know, daycares, babysitters, that sort of thing. So I noticed that there is an increase in children in the area as well, which is, you know, important to notice. And there's been a lot of anxieties and lack of consultation with the community. That's also important when you're going to be putting any type of shelter or anything to do with homeless, then you need to really have consultation as well. I know it's a very contentious issue. I mean, it's an issue that's been in discussion for 40 years. I'll be honest with you, I never thought it'd get worse than it did. It actually did, where I went from, there was literally, come on in, I was downtown on Sherburne Street opening the door if somebody knocked in the middle of the night, to now, well, there's a waiting list. That's ridiculous. But there's also, I mean, if you guys want to pick my brain, I'm available.
So we do have a speakers list, so I'll pause you there.
Yes.
Councillor Wang actually has a question, so
Oh, sure.
pass it over to Councillor Wang if you could remain there. Thanks, Angela.
All right, you're welcome.
Thank you, Angela, for your delegation. And I thank you for putting the amount of work you've done for this 12-page document that has been attached to our agenda. It is very thorough and there is a lot of information in it. My question to you is, I know you're a resident of the Parkview neighborhood, and I wonder how many types of conversations have you had with other residents and neighbors within that area?
How many people or like?
People, conversations, essentially, what's the overall sentiment from your perspective?
The overall sentiment is that is in an appropriate site. I think residents have a lot of concern about issues, and you have to admit, I mean, there is going to be issues. And given the isolated area, I call it isolated again, there's a lot. This raises more concern for the people that live in the red. So yes, there's quite a few. And I've gone door to door, literally, and we started our little. One good point is that we started a little community agent association. So I'm hoping to build it up like I did with Cora and Friends of Christie Pitts. So yeah, there is quite a few residents. I have gone door to door, and I have neighbors here as well. So that's actually brought the neighborhood together. So that's one good thing. And so, you know, but there is a high level of anxiety. That's what I feel from the residents, is a high level of anxiety towards this particular site.
Councillor Wang?
Thank you. Yes, thank you for that. My second question is, perhaps you can expand a little bit on what you thought was the ecological or environmental challenges within that neighborhood.
Okay, so I had very little time to look up this issue, but I did get impacts from residents. A lot of it was the habitat, and I had no idea that, and it's actually very close to the turtle, so I'm like researching this, which is a monument. It's an Aboriginal sort of meeting place for it's actually right there in the Red Hill Valley. So there's a lot of, this was a resident that, I tapped into. So this really, I have no, really long-term knowledge, but of all the, the green space, disturbance of wildlife, which already there is with some of the encampments there. We've seen less bunny rabbits and coyotes. As a matter of fact, people on the other side of Woodward Avenue had mentioned that the coyote population are starting to move in that area. So when you get more populace in the Red Hill Valley, they're going to start going towards, this happened in every city where you displace wildlife, it starts going into neighborhoods, right, looking for food. That's what they're doing. So loss of green space and other environmental assessments and so forth. And I didn't add here, but a resident was mentioning about birds, migration of birds and all those type of issues. So, but anyway, I think I've outlined it as best as I could.
Sure. Yes, thank you so much. And again, thank you for taking the time and the delegation that, taking the time to delegate today. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Councillor Wang. I don't see anyone else on the speaker list. Oh, Councillor McMeekin, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair and Angela. Thanks for coming out.
You're welcome.
You mentioned high level of anxiety. We around this horseshoe feel that with respect to homelessness, it's raised a lot of anxieties and continues to be something that raises anxieties. Isolation, we usually have people complaining that or sensing anxiety around being too close to potential encampments or shelters or whatever. But that having been said, you said, and I take it at face value, and I appreciate hearing a bit about your background. The right site and the right place, great if we can pull that off. You're nodding. What in your professional and personal opinion would constitute an appropriate site?
For a hat?
Yeah.
I'd have to think about that because I'd have to do some research. I just don't want to throw an answer to that. There are other, other ideas. I think I was looking it up that you guys, that Hamilton is looking into inclusionary zoning, which is something that's happening in the city. One of the things I have to mention to you is that from my personal opinion is that it should be near services. That's just the bottom line. Because these clients don't have to, where are they going to get TTC tickets? Where they can't walk, 10, 20 kilometers. That's just impossible, right? So that's why it's important. I remember somebody in Brampton telling me that they're actually from a homeless shelter and they isolated them. And he said that was actually the worst, most degrading thing. And he said, you treat people like animals, they will act like animals. So, he said that once he moved back to the city, he actually became a City of Toronto employee in the recreation department. So it's very important that they be right available to the services. And let's face it, when you isolate them and you put them far away from their services, guess what? They're not going to go and look for help. That's why it's important to be near the available resources.
Thanks for that. That's a good observation. Appreciate your time here today.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. At this point, I don't see any further questions for Angela. Thank you very much for being here, Angela, and sharing your thoughts.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, our second delegate on this topic is Carl Andrus. Carl is here in person and making his way down to the podium. We're just getting technical matters sorted. Okay, we'll get your mic on, Carl, and then the floor is yours. Clerks, there you go.
There we go. Thank you, councillors, chair, members of staff, media, and residents watching today for granting me the time to address this critical matter. I'm Carl Andrus, Executive Director of the Hamilton Community Benefits Network, and I'm pleased to be here to support today's motion for a HATS site. I must mention that HATS has for a long time struggled to find a location and has actually been an organization that's been attempting to provide a viable solution to some of the unhoused residents of our city for a number of years now, despite community protests. Why isn't it? No, it's not changing. Sorry. I've been bending over this whole time. All right, sorry about that. As you know, the homelessness crisis is one of the central issues confronting this council term. We have seen encampments unseen in this city since perhaps the days of the Great Depression. People are suffering and dying in our streets, parks, alleys, and dark corners across the city. One death every 10 days from homelessness. It's a shame. We have been able to count 91 preventable deaths in 2 years. Shame. An average life expectancy that is half that of the average Hamilton resident who is housed is a deep shame. Despite how unpopular those decisions may be, it's incumbent on you to use every measure and fiber to address this growing crisis. It's an epidemic in nature and will not change without serious assistance from all levels of government. And this is an action you can take today. Despite this, it is always an inappropriate site. Time and time again in this debate, it's always an inappropriate site. And I would suggest to this council that there are no real appropriate sites when it comes to NIMBYs and neighborhood pushback. The death is very real, especially for those living downtown, but many of us across the city are deeply moved, disturbed, and dismayed at the suffering and death of our fellow residents. This police line is my front door, where a person, blue and dying, was resuscitated multiple times before succumbing. This unhoused person, whose name I will never know, died on my front step. A few weeks later, my partner found a dead body near the Workers' Arts and Heritage Center while walking the dog one morning. She was the one to call the police, and we both had to wait to have our statements taken. This event is happening across the city, especially those in the downtown area. It's a deep trauma that affects most Hamilton residents who are watching from far or away, and it has a profound impact on those living unhoused the most. Wraparound supports are needed, and HATS is a wraparound support solution. Housing and homelessness stats clearly show the need. I don't have to tell you this. This is your own City of Hamilton dashboard. It shows 500 people who have interacted directly with agencies in the city and almost 1,600 unhoused residents. One of the tools this city has had at its disposal for many years has been a group of dedicated community members, organizations, volunteers, companies, and donors who came together with the Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters. I know many of the folks in this collective who volunteered are partner organizations who've done their utmost to bring this idea of providing some measure of shelter to those encampments. I know I'm proud of some of them. They are committed and dedicated for various reasons, as we've heard today. It has taken the city a long time to move forward with this proposal, and I'm pleased to see a motion on this table to move this project forward. There are some concerns, I should note, not to be used in opposition to this project, as notes for this council to consider in providing support and oversight to this project, asking to use City of Hamilton land. The site is a good 10-minute walk from the Woodward Avenue and the number 4 Bay bus, that's true, and approximately 20-minute walk to the frequent number 2 Barton bus for a non-disabled person. I would remind you that HATS is proposing wraparound on-site services for all residents in this enclosed encampment. It will be fenced off, it will be isolated, and it will have services provided, and I hope some measure of transportation concerns will be noted. If HATS stats have not already considered this transportation issue, I would suggest that staff launch a survey with the residents of this proposal, the residents not in the neighborhood, but the residents who are going to be living there, in order to provide feedback to this council on how the project is undertaking. So that being said, a shed is not home, and I would also caution people to note that HATS acknowledges this and promises that this will be transitional housing, and people will stabilize and move through the shelter sheds to more permanent housing. I hope HATS and staff have also adequately determined how this transition will be monitored and report back to this council. Also, part of the operating revenue expected to support HATS comes from the OWODSP shelter allowance. However, HATS residents will have none of the security that comes from the Residential Tenancies Act. So staff monitoring a few months into launch of resident feelings and conditions should be essential. I would also point out that HATS has mentioned before, but currently the design considerations have not mentioned air conditioning. With frequent heat emergency days, having AC in these sheds will be critical, as they are likely to heat up and provide summer temperatures that are extreme. I'm sure HATS will have a solution for low-cost window ACs, which they have mentioned previously, but staff should consider that in a report. Despite these concerns, HATS can house 15 to 20 people. If couples, that could be 30 to 50 currently unhoused or encamped residents. It's another tool in your toolkit that I would urge you to support, with some consideration to resident monitoring and a staff report back to this body on how the residents feel about these shelters. No one wants to see encampments, and HATS is a good initiative that this council can take today. I'll take any questions that you have. I do have a fair bit of knowledge about the HATS project, as well as housing and homelessness in this city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carl. Are there any speakers? Councillor McMeekin, go ahead.
Carl, thanks. You've obviously done your homework and you know a lot about the group. You mentioned the no site ever being one that wouldn't initiate some kind of dissent. I want for the record to say that I believe it's never enough to allow dissent. We must insist on it because there's a lot in our world that needs dissent. That having been said, there have been 19 sites, to the best of my knowledge, that have either been staff recommended or somebody else has come along that have been considered and rejected. So I really take your point, and I want to thank you for that. And thank you for the work you're doing with the Community Benefits Network. I think as we sit around this horseshoe, we all want to see community benefits. And it's good to know there's a group out there that's actually doing it. Appreciate your time this morning. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. If I may make a quick comment through the chair, back to Councillor McMeekin on the subject of sites. As you said, there have been a great many sites, and they have always faced community pushback from residents. And this is not restricted to projects like HATS. This is restricted to shelters, affordable housing units being replaced in parking lots, and that's for medium income affordable housing, not even deeply affordable housing. So these would be residents that are working 2 minimum wage jobs with children who are working folks. There's always pushback against affordable housing for some reason by NIMBYs every time a project is proposed. And the time for action is now. People are dying literally in our streets, and this is one action that you can easily take in a site that will be fenced off, that will be monitored, that is actually a private initiative that will cost the taxpayers very little other than land in terms of monitoring, and comes with wraparound supports for the residents engaged. And we desperately need those wraparound supports for folks. That's what really transitions them out of houselessness into homes and then back into functioning community members, is those are initial wraparound supports. And this is 15 to 25 of those sites. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carl. Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Seeing no further speakers, appreciate you being here today, Carl. Thank you. And our third delegate on this topic is Brody Risk. If you come down, please correct my pronunciation if need be. It's an in-person delegation. Welcome, Brody. We'll get your microphone on in just a moment. There you go.
There we go. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. This is the first time for me. This issue was raised to my attention by several community members within the last couple weeks, and having lived in the neighborhood for a number of years, I feel like I'm speaking more to the effect of how the community feels on this. And I want to say out of the gate, I do understand that every measure should be taken to address houselessness. It's a serious issue. We all face it, but the perception, and to speak to the previous speaker's point, I think the reason that this is receiving so much pushback is that the community was never consulted. This was essentially brought up to us with no notice. I was informed by a neighbor who I guess had consulted with Angela earlier, and it took me by surprise because there have been so many issues with the current homeless folks that do live in the area there. These decisions cast this negative impact and will face this negative feedback out of the gate, which is obviously an issue because we just get blindsided by it. To address more of the safety and crime concerns, this area already struggles with a respectable amount of vandalism and other indecent acts. Last summer, going back to the reference of the turtle, there was actually a brush fire started by one of the homeless encampments there. It destroyed a substantial amount of acreage, or not acreage, hectarage, whatever. It burned out a lot and obviously could have become much worse. To top that off, there are signs of rampant drug use, paraphernalia left around in the area, which I believe is either cleaned up by the community or cleaned up by someone else. But on a daily basis, walking through these areas, whether you're on the Parkview East side or if you cross the bridge and you go towards the beach path to Hutches and such, needles, everything else, it can be found. That does create a lot of anxiety for the neighborhood. Myself, if I'm out walking the dogs or if I'm away for work and my wife has to walk the dogs and she's alone and there's a confrontation with any of these houseless people, it stirs conflict just with them being there. And I don't want to sound insensitive by saying this, but I think it was not even a month ago, there was a houseless couple living in a car parked at actually this proposed site right across from it. And whatever altercation took place between them and another houseless individual led to the effect of death threats being left on their car that they were living out of. Their tires were slashed, and not 24 hours later, the windows were completely smashed and a shopping cart was put through the sunroof of the actual vehicle that these two people were living in, which, again, from here to the parking lot is the distance of my house to where this took place. And you can imagine, now I'm a big guy, I don't get intimidated too easily, but I can't speak to the other folks in my neighborhood. Going to the new families in the area as well, we've seen an increase in children, and we have talked to these families and they have stopped going out and about and enjoying walks because of these circumstances. The concern comes up for the actual, property safety. I don't have a specific name, but it is a documented case that one of these houseless individuals that lives in this area roughly already has had multiple run-ins with law enforcement, and courtesy of our catch and release bail systems, he's consistently out, and there is ring video from neighbors that I've seen where this individual is trespassing on properties, intimidating other residents. And it's I'd be curious to know what the plan is for, to address, property crime should this happen, should this development go forward. The lack of accessibility to services has come up already. It's a very isolated place, actually, to use the choice word out of the previous speaker's presentation. Yes, it is isolated. There's no easy access to services. You have to take multiple buses, which in of itself is a problem. The nearest food bank, I believe, is 23 minutes away walking. The nearest Salvation Army, I believe, is about 40. And again, the other big thing that comes up from the resident side of thing is property value. I actually did a little bit of research on this, but, taking a look at this, studies have shown that there's when property crime increases by 56% when these kinds of solutions are provided within 100 meters of actual residential areas. It goes up by 56%, and it says that homeless individuals are 514 times more likely to be arrested for a felony compared to the general population, which again is another major thing that's been brought up by the community. Yeah, and I know that that was my tone, I'm sorry. It's hard to condense everything into 5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Brody. We do have some speakers. Councillor Wang would like to ask a question. She's behind you on the screen.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Chair, I don't have a question. I just wanted to thank Brody and Angela for taking the time out to actually delegate. It is a very stressful and almost a little bit of an intimidating process. And I'm thankful that they are taking the time to share their concerns with us here at Council Chambers. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wang. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thank you also, Brody, for coming in. I know it's not necessarily an easy thing to do, especially at your first time. So I was just curious if you have had, as a resident, any opportunity to become aware of the model that HATS is proposing in terms of, it was mentioned, I believe, by a previous delegate, that kind of fenced off, wrapped around supports, that all of the supports would be inside the tiny shelter community. And I'll stop there and then I'll ask another question to clarify.
Yeah, so I understand that it is, you know, for lack of a better term, contained environment. The issue from the residents' side seems to be more to the effect that we have Globe Dog Park right across from there. It's a very popularly used dog park, access to the Red Hill Valley Trail. A lot of the population works through that area, and nothing is stopping these folks from leaving this area if, you know, they're just staying there for whatever the time may be, and there could be increased interactions. I mean, if I get it, if you're going to put 30 people there, and actually keep them there in a high traffic area, I mean, I think it would stand to reason that there would be more interactions. I can't say that they're all going to be negative, but statistically, I would assume that they would be. And that's the big concern that's coming up from myself and neighbors.
Yeah, you're really highlighting, through you, Chair, the importance of being in dialogue and really understanding the model. This is different than an encampment. It really is an outdoor shelter. My only experience has been the one that I toured in Kitchener, and my understanding at that time when I toured it, oh my goodness, how many years ago, was that the folks who became residents of the shelter community were required to adhere to some codes of conduct and guidelines of participation and engagement. And over time, were able to help reduce some of the exact points of tension, conflict, and violence that you and your neighbors are rightfully concerned about. So I just wanted to raise that to you because I don't think that there is enough public information and education and awareness about the ways in which there is a lot of care and attention going into setting up these models. But it's not no fault of yours or your neighbors. We're just not in enough dialogue as a community around these supports. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And just to speak to that, I mean, I'm a firm believer in communication. My job actually thrives on it, but I think that's the other side too, where we don't have enough information. This plan was never proposed to us. It was never consulted with the community. Proof of concept hasn't been provided in terms of, you know, I'd like to actually know what the statistics are in terms of like what the interactions from the Kitchener settlement, excuse me, forgive, I don't know what technical term to use here, residency, thank you. I did look into it a little bit, again, I only got brought into this loop recently, but, you know, I understand that there are these programs and such too, but just from what information I could find, even with the Kitchener program, the community sentiment still like, yes, it sounds like there's something there, but folks that live in that area, just judging by social media posts, which I know have to be taken with a massive grain of salt, suggest that it could be improved. And seeing something like that and then having it, for lack of a better term, dropped on my doorstep, it does raise concerns. And
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nan. Councillor Clark, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So I think I heard that there was no consultation, no engagement, no publication of any information to the local residents. I just heard the delegate say it was dropped at their door. So can we just clarify exactly what was dropped?
Yeah, so I learned about this from a neighbor who I suppose had been actually speaking with our first delegate earlier. It took me by surprise, and I think that information had spread via a Facebook group that had been arranged, and thankfully it had, because it brought the community into it. But yet there was no awareness, as far as I understand. I've talked to at least a dozen neighbors about this. Everybody seemed to be in the dark on it, and that is why there's such a negative impression out of the gate, because again, again, we're all for solutions, but the community should be involved in decisions like this. This actively impacts everything. I mean, our property values alone, now we're just expected, I believe it was here, on average, property values within a 500-meter radius of residencies like this dropped by 12.7%. So I'm just supposed to give up 12.7% of my equity in my house as a first-time home buyer. That's pretty dismaying. It took a lot to be able to even buy a home in this economy. So, I'm not the only one sharing that issue. And it's just, frankly, it sucks. There's no consultation. Now my property's worth less. There's more likely chance for these issues to come up. We see the vandalism daily. I've caught folks in indecent acts borderline monthly. It's pretty distressing for the community. And again, to have this brought up to us with no consultation, with no data given to us. I'm in sales. I don't go to a sales meeting without a sales pitch and proper numbers and expect my customer to buy. I need to be able to provide concrete facts.
Thank you. There is validity to your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further speakers. Oh, Mayor Horvath, go ahead.
Thanks very much for the presentation, Brody. You identified that the concern you have is that there's no data, there's no information really available in terms of the models that are currently in place. Was that a concern of yours?
I think it's more to the effect that it was never made readily available.
Okay.
Again, you're going to have to forgive my lack of knowledge on the matter. I've only been involved with this for 2 weeks, but I'm sure that by digging or having to go to Kitchener's city website or whatever the case may be to actually find this information could have been done. But I think it's incumbent on whoever is proposing this or the city to provide that information to residents excuse me, I need another coffee, to the community when it's an idea that's being put in our neighborhood again, and without any. There was no flyers, there was no door knocking, no phone campaign. It's just, we found out about it because somebody found it on a proposal somewhere on, thank you very much. Someone found it and then shared it to a social media group, and then we found out it was legit, and now we're in the situation we're in. Again, I get it. Every site is never a good site. I understand it, but you have to understand it, from the community standpoint, it's a safety thing. It's property values. If our property values go down, I would assume that affects tax revenue for the city itself. Just trying to play devil's advocate on that side. There's a lot of angles here, but the fact that there was just no initial information given.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And when we get to the actual motion, just to give the staff a heads up, I'm going to ask a question about Kitchener-Waterloo because it was raised, the Better Tent City. They have a couple of different models operating there. And so I'm going to be asking the staff for information about how those different models are working so that we have some information around the table. Thank you. Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Horvath. Thank you very much, Brody. Appreciate the time and your first time coming to delegate on a very important topic. And just as your chair, I'll just address the procedural part of some of the comments made. This was put forward as a notice of motion, I believe, a couple weeks ago, which is what City Council's procedures are, and General Issues Committee. It's on the agenda today for deliberation, and these delegations are input into those deliberations. So that's the process. So there has no decision been made yet. And Councillor McMeekin, go ahead.
Yes, just building on that, Chair, to you, Brody, the reason that's the process is exactly to allow citizens the opportunity to come out and delegate before council.
Okay.
That's why we serve a notice of motion and why my notice of motion held off for, I think, 3 weeks, in total. The other thing I'd just like to say, building on what Councillor Nan said and the mayor's query, the HATS model, and it's been kicking around for about almost 3 years now, on and off, was predicated on the Better 10 City model in Kitchener, which just the historical fact is the project was recognized as the Community Development Project of the Year, award-winning, and was so well received that the region there actually opened a second site. But the mayor has indicated, and by the way, there's a lot of information I intend to table specifically to deal with the legitimate concern that you've raised. Thank you.
Yeah, and we'll deal with that when we get to that item on the agenda. Thank you again, Brody.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, could I have a mover and seconder to receive the delegations on this topic, please? Mayor Horvath, seconded by Councillor Beatty. All those in favor, show of hands. And that's everyone. That carries. Thank you, everybody. Moving right along to item 8.1, amendments to the outstanding business list. We have two items, 8.1A, Housing Sustainability and Investment Roadmap 2024 Annual Update and 2025 Objective Setting, and 8.1B, items considered complete, revenue sources to fund council priorities and ongoing operating and capital works. And I should specify on the first item, it is an item requiring a new date, moving from Q2 2025 to July 30th, 2025. Can I have a mover and second to put those amendments on the floor? Councillor Clark, Councillor Nan. Is there any discussion on either of these items? Seeing none, I'll need an electronic vote, please. The vote is up.
Councillor Spatafor, are you able to vote? Thank you.
And that carries 13-0. Thank you. Continuing on, under items for consideration, we have item 8.2. It's report PED 25016, Stony Creek Business Improvement Area 2025, revised Board of Management in Ward 5. Can I have a mover and seconder to put the report on the floor? Councillor Clark, Councillor Nan. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, we'll need an electronic vote, please, to approve the recommendations. And that vote is up. If you haven't voted yet, please register your vote. That carries 13-0. Thank you. On to 8.3. It is report PED 25030, city comments in response to ERO posting numbers 019-9284, 019-9285, and 019-9300, respecting energy planning citywide. Can I have a mover and seconder to put the report on the floor, please? Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Kretsch. Is there any discussion on this item?
Yes, I would like to ask some questions.
Yeah. Councillor Wang, go ahead.
Thank you. Perhaps we could ask staff to give us a quick little overview of the type of comments that we are submitting through this process. Just a very quick quick summary.
Through the chair, Jennifer Allen, planner in policy planning. So before you is comments on 3 Environmental Registry of Ontario postings related to electricity generation, distribution, and affordability. I can give an overview of what the ERO postings contain, but the main themes in the staff level comments are recognizing the importance of coordination between different levels of government, facilitating orderly growth and associated energy supply, improving energy efficiency and energy conservation to reduce the overall demand on the grid, and recognizing the importance of decarbonization and reducing dependency on fossil fuels. So that's kind of a summary of the main themes of the comments, and I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Councillor Wang?
Thank you. And through you, Chair, I'm thankful for the staff's comments on this. And in particular, one area was urging the province not to rely too much on fossil fuel generating energy infrastructure. One area where I kind of asked a bunch of different questions was why we didn't have any comments around nuclear, mostly because we do have McMaster University and their nuclear program. However, I did get a couple of good answers. I wonder if I could ask that particular question out in open forum about why we did not make comments around nuclear initiatives or innovation that may support or help pad the different energy needs that we might have.
Through the chair, so the Urban Hamilton official plan and other related strategies that implement the official plan have more high-level policies respecting the reduction on reliance on fossil fuels and encouraging the increase of renewable energy, but not specific to nuclear energy. These are staff-level comments created by Planning and Economic Development and the Climate and Change Initiatives Group, but McMaster University was not circulated and they have the opportunity to provide their own comments. So if that answers your question.
Councillor?
Yes, it does. And I wanted to just get a sense because currently, this is the province's ask of us as a municipality. What are our thoughts on energy and energy planning? But I wonder if I'd like to shift a little bit, what is our energy strategy? And in particular, we do have several large opportunities with the Steelport lands down in Ward 3, but also with the Airport Employment Growth District. I recognize that investment opportunities come and they're going to be asking for energy, specifically green energy. So what is our own strategy? And I'm mindful I don't want to derail from the conversation. I just thought maybe we could have a public comment from our, say, GM Robichaud about what is our potential energy strategy as we look to try and attract energy intensive or green industries to Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Wang. And just comment that, as you noted, that's not what's on the agenda today. I'll allow a brief response, but we won't be going down that topic too deeply.
Steve Robichaud, Acting General Manager, Planning and Economic Development Department. As Ms. Allen indicated, the Urban Hamilton official plan does have policies and contain policies about an energy transformation within the city of Hamilton away from traditional carbon-intensive energy sources to a non-carbon renewables future. Those policies were also reflect or align with the Bayfront strategy, which talks about decarbonization and the use of renewable energy futures, as well as supported by the work that was previously done around the city's community energy plan. So in a nutshell, the city's policy framework is to encourage renewable energy and green energy opportunities within the city of Hamilton. And as part of speaking with our economic development colleagues, as part of looking at the economic development strategy update, looking at the role of energy in terms of giving Hamilton a relative advantage over other municipalities by having a secure, stable energy sources, encouraging energy providers to locate within the city of Hamilton, subject to the appropriate criteria, will all be things that we will be looking at in updating the economic development strategy. As well as we said, if proponents are coming forward, whether it is a battery storage facility or another renewable energy source within the urban area, or ultimately it could be energy production through, say, like you indicated, a small nuclear reactor. That would be up to either the private sector to come forward with those proposals, but we want to make sure that we have the necessary locational criteria, evaluation criteria to give them certainty as to where they should look to locate and then ensure that we're also asking those questions. So as we see the redevelopment occurring along the waterfront, we have looked at district energy or other energy solutions that would give those redevelopment opportunities a competitive advantage over other locations that don't have that secure and stable energy supply, combined also focusing on decarbonization, so making that transformation from traditional carbon-intensive energy sources to maybe there may be an interim step in terms of how that electricity is generated, ultimately to a a less carbon-intensive energy generation and utilization framework within the city of Hamilton. That's a lot. But that would all be then supported by our economic development strategy, recognizing that access to a stable utilities does give the city of Hamilton a competitive advantage over other municipalities. Thank you.
Councillor?
Thank you. I'm mindful that this is not the time to have these conversations, but I am grateful for the city's added diligence in providing these comments because I think that they're very important to our energy stability. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor. Over to Councillor Clark now.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. I do want to thank staff for the comments that they've provided on the different items in the ERO, specifically highlighting the need for affordability of electricity in the province of Ontario. The Independent Electricity Organization is indicating that there's going to be a 75% increase in demand for electricity. I suspect it's going to be much more. If everything goes to electricity, it's going to be very expensive to build that network, and you need to be able to ensure that the customers can afford the electricity for their homes, their cars, and all their batteries, et cetera. So I just wanted to highlight that our staff put that in the report, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. And not seeing any other speakers, thank you very much for the work done on this. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. We will need an electronic vote to approve the. And I'll also just note, if you're following closely, Appendix C was not available. That will be uploaded once the meeting is done. And that carries unanimously. Thank you. On to item 8.4, Community Benefits Protocol Subcommittee Report 24-002 from December 16th, 2024. Could I have a mover and seconder to put the report on the floor, please? Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Alex Wilson. Is there any discussion on this item? Councillor Jackson, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Kassar. On item 3, light rail transit, early works, community employment benefits, I'm working on a motion for Friday's budget regarding this whole project. Can I just ask regarding under the therefore be it resolved, page 3, A, that staff be directed to work with Metrolinx to identify projects, attempt to deliver community employment benefits, social procurement ideals, to the city-led procurement of any future LRT early works tendered this year. I didn't even think that we were tendering or doing anything with regards to LRT project. I thought it's all Metrolinx. So through you, maybe if Director Sheikh or whoever on staff can help me understand that better, please.
Thanks, Councillor. Who's able to answer that question?
I can respond to the councillor's questions. The enabling works that are referenced would be those, the resolution of some servicing issues that need to be addressed in advance of the LRT construction. So they would be advancing capital works that have been identified that need to be done, and that there is a protocol in terms of the cost-sharing arrangement between the City of Hamilton and Metrolinx for doing those works. But generally, they are sort of clearing the road that would ultimately allow for the larger servicing upgrades and infrastructure works that are required to support the LRT.
Okay, thanks, Acting General Manager Robichaud. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I had hoped Director Sheikh may have been available, but no problem. For now, I'll accept that explanation. If I need more details, I'll take it up with staff after the meeting. Thanks, Chair Kassar.
Okay. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. On the same point raised by Councillor Jackson, staff indicated costs being shared between the city and Metrolinx. I thought Metrolinx was paying for everything, and the only things that we were having to deal with was any oversizing of our pipes. Like for like, Metrolinx pays for it. Can I get clarification on that?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, sorry, the councillor is correct. Metrolinx is responsible for the costs associated with this. Where the city is looking at advancing those works, those works are identified. The costing is developed in conjunction with Metrolinx, and then some works are being done by the city on behalf of Metrolinx in terms of those enabling works, but those are all part of the overall project design and construction costs. Thank you.
So the costs are being paid by Metrolinx then?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, that is my understanding.
Another question, if I may, on another section, under the community benefits section, item 1B. Says that the procurement division, corporate services, strategic initiatives, healthy and safe communities, in consultation with departments, jointly report back to the community benefits protocols subcommittee. Usually it's the subcommittee reporting up and then reporting to GIC and then to council. I've not seen situations where our staff are reporting to subcommittees. Is this something new?
GM Burden.
Thank you, through the chair, to the Councillor Angie Burden, General Manager of Community Services. My understanding, Councillor, and perhaps clerks can speak to protocol, but we have been provided some direction from the subcommittee, and we have then made that commitment to come back to the subcommittee, which would then feed into General Issues Committee, as per, in the same way that the manner that this subcommittee report has come back to GIC this morning.
Through the Deputy Mayor, I believe it's past practice that any reporting back should go to the mandate of the subcommittee. So if that's the mandate of that subcommittee, that's where it should go. And then it would report up through the standing committee anyway, where the standing committee could change any of the recommendations should they want to.
Thank you, Elsie McRae. Councillor Clark.
Thank you for that clarification. In item 1 of the same item, it gives direction that the social procurement pilot program prioritize Indigenous-owned, diverse-owned, equity-deserving businesses and social enterprises. So is this going to be a merit-based program in terms of applications for community benefits, or is it just for these identified groups?
GM Burden.
Through the chair to the councillor, the nature of the conversation was to ensure that specific groups were represented and that there was a particular focus in the work, but it was not to the exclusion only of these groups.
But this says to prioritize, which means to the exclusion of.
Through the chair to the councillor, we did have a debate on how to word that particular sentence, and the intent is to ensure that there is priority around these particular groups, but it is not to the exclusion. Staff felt that there would be maximum flexibility with the way that this was worded to allow but not limit the efforts of any pilot initiatives.
So clarification, if I may, would it not be appropriate then for that to indicate but not to the exclusion of other groups?
Through the chair to the councillor, staff are open to accepting any language changes if that is council's wish or the committee's wish to this morning.
I think I'd like to float that and see what happens. I'm all for ensuring equity, but it can't be to the exclusion of other businesses or organizations in the city, and that's my only concern. So if that's possible, to end that paragraph, but not to the exclusion of other businesses or organizations.
So is that an amendment you are putting on the floor?
Yes.
And you have a seconder? Councillor Jackson? Okay, Councillor Crutch was to speak to this amendment.
Yeah, as the chair of this subcommittee, I just wanted to clarify, the goal of this activity here was the social procurement policy came forward with the community benefits protocol subcommittee. We reviewed it and we said that really, as a social procurement policy, it should be going to the procurement subcommittee. So this motion is to try and get it before the procurement subcommittee. There'll be discussion there, and then it will come back to the community benefits subcommittee. So I'm just saying that, like, fine with the amendment, but really the work about you're trying to do now should be done in the procurement subcommittee, and that's what we all recognized in that room, and that's why we put this on the table, so that it would go there, come back to both groups, and then come back to GIC eventually. It's not here for approval at this time. The motion is sending this off to the procurement subcommittee for a report back, because we recognize there's many things that need to be addressed here, and that the procurement subcommittee is the place to be doing that work.
Thanks, Councillor Crutch. Any other speakers on the amendment? Councillor Clark.
I'm glad to hear what Councillor Crutch is indicating, but if we send this to the procurement subcommittee as it is written here, GIC is giving direction to them to do this. And that does not say not to the exclusion of other groups or organizations. And that's why I think it's important that the amendment be voted on.
Any other speakers on the amendment? Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Yeah, it's one of those tricky moments, right? Where chair, we have a subcommittee and then we have a subsequent other subcommittee, both of which need to be informed in order to make its recommendations going up towards standing committees. And it can be difficult serving on those standing committees without getting that information come back to the table for ongoing deliberation and due diligence and good committee, subcommittee work in order for us to put forward our strongest, best recommendations to the corresponding standing committees. And so I would just urge my colleagues around the table to appreciate that that's the intent of this work, is for us to actually continue keeping our sleeves rolled up and elbows leaned in order to put forward the best policy recommendations as members of those subcommittees for council or appropriate standing committees consideration when final recommendations come forward. I appreciate the points that Councillor Clark is making at this point, but that said, I really do see it as subcommittee work. Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers on the amendment? Councillor McMeekin, you have the floor. No, not on the amendment? Okay, last check. Any speakers on the amendment? If not, we'll go to the electronic vote. The vote is up. And that carries 13-1. Thank you. So we're back on to the item as a whole. We did have a speakers list. I think it was Councillor Wang was next.
Thank you. I am privileged to be able to sit on this subcommittee, and I'm thankful for the conversation that we've just had, especially just clarifying where work ought to be going. One of the areas from just a reflection from this meeting was that we understood and heard that there was some support, but now that support has actually moved on to other departments. So now this subcommittee is actually without any type of resources or support. So I just wanted to just flag that as we are going to continue doing this work, we're going to have to pull resources from other areas in order to help with developing an actual community benefits protocol. And I think that that's something that we ought to consider as we think about budget time and how we actually want to get some good work done. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wang. I don't see any other. Oh, Councillor Crutch, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to take the opportunity to say the very same thing that Councillor Wang did, so I won't repeat it ad nauseum, but just wanted to say I'm bringing a motion forward on Friday as well. We're respecting this because we currently don't have any staff to support the work of developing a community benefits protocol. So really clearly, the whole point of this committee is to develop a protocol for how we address community benefits or a social value framework. The city doesn't have a plan. We struck this committee in 2018. And we don't have a protocol right now because there hasn't been staff supported to do it. And when we asked staff the question, well, are there experts in the city right now who could do this work? Could we second someone from somewhere else to do the work? Staff said, we don't have the expertise right now in the city to actually do this work. So we'll need to go outside to get some expertise to do it and to complete the committee's mandate. Without that, the committee just kind of sits there politely talking to one another, but not being able to move this work forward. So I'll have a motion coming forward on Friday about it. Thanks.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Can I just get clarification then? Item E in the motion puts $75,000 on the table from tax stabilization to fund the consultant for the works of the Phase 1 social procurement pilot program. Is that not the same thing that is helping this subcommittee?
So that's a question to...
I don't know.
GM Burden, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor, they are in fact two separate pieces of work, and Director of Procurement is on the line. I'd invite her to speak to those two pieces.
I'd appreciate that, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Or it's not afternoon. Good morning. Good morning. Through the chair, Director of Procurement, Tina Ayako. The recommendation D speaks to an external consultant to specifically assist with the pilot program, assist procurement division to reintroduce the social procurement platform to the city, to assist us with training, development, and with the various smaller pilots that are going to be undertaken by the city in order to kickstart social procurement. I believe what Councillor Kretsch is speaking to is the other or the remaining mandate of the Community Benefits Protocol Subcommittee, which is also looking at community benefits as a whole, or perhaps with developers and setting agreements and so on and so forth, much different from what social value procurement is. So again, as GM Burden has indicated, these are two different consultancy pieces of work. We have specifically asked in recommendation E to move forward with the external consultant specifically for the social procurement side of things.
I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Director. Thank you, Councillor Clark. Last check for any speakers. Not seeing any, so we'll have a vote on the report as amended. And that will be electronic. Yeah, just a moment for that vote to come up. And there it is. And that carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody. Moving along to item 8.5, Facility Naming Subcommittee Minutes, FNSC 25-001 from January 27th, 2025. Could I have a mover and seconder to put the report on the floor? Councillor Francis and Councillor Jackson. Is there any discussion on this item? Not seeing any. We'll go to the electronic vote. And the vote is up. The votes are being tallied, and there we go. It carries unanimously. On to item 8.6, Accessibility Committee for Persons with Disabilities Minutes, ACPD 25-001 from January 14th, 2025. Can I have a mover and seconder to put the report on the floor? Councillor Taddison, Councillor McMeekin. Is there any discussion on this item? Councillor Taddison, go ahead.
Just want staff to note that there was a motion put forward at ACPD. It's item 7.10. That the manager of diversity and inclusion be directed to report back to ACPD at their February 25th or 2025 meeting, respecting a contact person for engaging with ACPD regarding the renovations at Hamilton Place, the Convention Center, and First Ontario Center. So I just wanted to ensure that there's awareness of the ask and that will be happening in the coming week as ACPD has their next meeting on February 11th.
Thank you, Councillor. Look to the bench to see if there's a response. City Manager Clark.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for identifying that, and yes, there will be that outreach.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to the electronic vote. The vote is there for you. That carries unanimously, and that concludes all the items items for consideration. So we're on to motions. We have 9.1, suitable site for a Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters, HATS Community. Councillor McMeekin, would you like to introduce your motion, please? And your seconder.
I sure do. I sure would. Thanks. Through you, Chair, and through you to Council. And I will read the motion. I didn't read it.
Just your seconder first, please.
Councillor Taddison.
Councillor Taddison, thank you.
Whereas our city has declared homelessness to be a crisis, and recent research indicates that one unhoused person dies in Hamilton every 10 days. Carl mentioned that in his presentation. Whereas our city has resolved that the best way to manage, mitigate, and eventually resolve this crisis is through an all of Hamilton approach, coupled with the three-level government commitment to build more affordable housing. And whereas dedicated volunteers of the Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters, commonly known as HATS, have worked for over 2 years advocating a gated community for the unhoused based on Kitchener's award-winning Better Tent City model. And whereas the City of Hamilton has already committed to partnering with HATS on a 2-year project, and whereas Hamilton has recently adjusted the existing homelessness strategy and protocol in favor based on broad community input focused on the safety of public parks and those currently encamping in those parks, of a combination of additional shelter beds and cabin transitional housing. And whereas HATS is dedicated to a best practice project consistent with their research study of the best North American practices of similar initiatives outlined in their and presented in their comprehensive 95-page report that's been shared. Whereas this is broad-based community support, there's broad-based community support for HATS expressed by the following: the support of dozens of businesses and faith-based groups and leaders, including the Hamilton Chamber of Commerce, the training of over 100 police-vetted community volunteers, the support of the police chief, and I've distributed a letter outlining that, and over 800,000 on-hand dollars, now closer to $1 million with some recent new funding that's come in, within the Hamilton community, and to date, finally, the construction of 15 standalone cabins by volunteers and local providers. And whereas HATS has made and continues to maintain contact with and support for many of our unhoused citizens, and whereas Hamilton has located a non-park site deemed worthy of rehabilitation in order to provide a 40-cabin site capable of housing up to 80 people, and whereas the creation of an additional 15 to 25 cabin site would enhance our city's ability to meet the need to provide safer transitional housing to those currently encamped in public parks. And whereas a highly reputable service agency, namely St. Matthew's House, has been identified by HATS to manage the HATS site, supplemented by the support of the Hub. And whereas HATS has secured advocacy from permanent supportive housing providers. I think there are 4 that they've been speaking to assist to participate in an exit strategy for Hats Village members, helping people find permanent housing. Therefore, be it resolved, the council continue to embrace the 2-year Hats pilot. 2, that 23 Brampton Street site previously identified be revisited and reviewed in Q1 2025 to ascertain what rehabilitation can be expedited to possibly make this site suitable for a 25-site cabin Hats community. And 3, importantly, if remedial actions cannot be quickly taken to make the Brampton Street site suitable for a Hats community, that staff be directed to immediately locate and propose an alternative site in Q1 2025 in concert with support from the local ward council or whoever that councillor might be. That's my motion.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin, excuse me. Do you wish to speak to it any further?
I'm going to speak to it now.
Go for it.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. In the Jewish tradition, there's a wonderful story, and I want to take a moment to share it with you this morning. In the morning, when the Almighty wakes up, the angels are assembled. Once gathered, the Almighty asks this simple question: what is there in my creation that is broken and in need of fixing? One doesn't have to be a person of faith to understand the importance of the question. In fact, it's a question many of us have struggled with around this horseshoe. The to be fixed list is long: food security, wealth inequity, basic income, tenant issues, human rights abuses, mental health challenges, gender-based domestic violence, and of course, housing and homelessness, to name a few. Today, more than ever, we require the qualities of youth, not a time of life, but rather a state of mind, an expression of hope, a quality of imagination over timidity, all taken together to acknowledge that by working together, anything is possible. While the challenges mentioned are often connected, my focus today is on the Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters. Well over a year ago, I think a year and a half ago, this council, in its infinite wisdom, decided to partner with Hats on a 2-year pilot site. The Hats Group, having proposed a gated community of cabins like the award-winning Better Tent City in Kitchener, continued to express a desire to be part of an all-of-Hamilton solution to the housing crisis. An all-of-Hamilton effort sounds like a great idea. We've heard repeatedly that the public believes encampments and neighborhood parks present a danger. We've also heard that many would like to find a way to assist and do more than complain. I need to share with you, Hats has been busy. They've done their homework, authoring a 95-page research report on the North American best practices for shelter communities. Bill Johnson, a former Spectator reporter and the author of the report, did some truly groundbreaking work on this. They should give him an honorary PhD somewhere for what he did, Chair. To their credit, Hats has also produced and shared a detailed manual as to how they would operate a tiny cabin site, and it's impressive. They continue to provide ongoing instrumental support to our on-house citizens, working with groups like the Hub. These efforts continue. Today, there are 50-plus businesses and faith-based groups, as well as individual citizens across our community who support Hats. And our own chief of police has penned a very supportive letter, which has been distributed. The group has managed, despite site setbacks, to raise almost $1 million of non-tax levy dollars in support of the work they want to do, with several additional pledges contingent on the pilot site being identified and approved. Over 100 police-vetted volunteers have been trained and are eager to be engaged in support of the project. Importantly, Hats has built to date 15 model cabins using volunteers, high school students with a shop teacher, and local vendors. The cabins have ranged from $5,000 to $9,000 each in cost. To top things off, Hats has recruited 2 respected service agencies to manage the pilot site in order to ensure the provision of wraparound services. The city, we have taken a similar approach, recruiting the Good Shepherd to manage the Tiffany Barton site. After a series of sequential encampment protocols, each different from the former, council wisely decided to embrace the gated community model. It allocated $7 million and counting tax dollars in support of a preferred site on the Barton Tiffany lands, even though that site had previously been dismissed because of the contamination. It turns out, Chair, that necessity was indeed the mother of invention, and it can be again. When we find ways to manage process and focus on progress, we get things done. For a HATS pilot to take off, they require a site. We have all the inside city expertise to make that happen. If the Brampton site referenced in the first be it resolved motion is not viable, I'm okay with that. I want to make sure that's the case. I'm okay with that if that's what's happening. What I'm not okay with is missing an opportunity to add a richness of service to those who deserve to be served with dignity. Friends, it is time, in fact, well past time to make the pilot happen. My hat is off to HATS and to the people with big hearts who want to invest their time, talent, and treasure to make a difference in our community. Providing our meaningful support to the HATS team would lend true credence to an all of Hamilton love of our city and the hopes we share for the future. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McMeekin. We do have a speakers list. First is Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Chair. I want to say thank you to Councillor McMeekin for his leadership and his steadfast support on all things to do with HATS and with homelessness and the ever-increasing housing crisis. But I was also let him know that that there was additional information that he was not privy to and that he didn't know prior to releasing the notice of motion. And since then, we've had long conversations and deep conversations about how the 2300 Brampton Street site was actually considered not viable. And there is a significant amount of concerns and environmental concerns that, again, Councillor McMeekin was not, had no information to. So I hope that we can have the 2300 Brampton Street location stricken from this motion, mostly because there is significant information about how it is an unsuitable site for HATS. And I do recall that HATS has also been brought into these conversations and has been made aware of all of these unsuitable features of this site. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Wang. Councillor Clark.
So is council privy to all of the reasons why 2300 Brampton is not a suitable site? Have we been provided the documentation which Councillor Wang is speaking to? I don't recall seeing an exhaustive report on 2300 Brampton Street. So could someone please enlighten us as to why it should not be considered?
Looking to the bench. Jim Mader.
Through the chair, Grace Mader, General Manager, Healthy and Safe Communities. At this point in time, there has not been a report back. There was no request for, we have not been engaged about to do this on a report back to council. It was my anticipation that based on this motion today, that would be the direction to staff, would be to take it away, investigate it, and report back about the possibility or the problems with that location. I know that there has been staff have been working collectively with HATS on the location. As you know, that staff was given direction quite some time ago about working with HATS about finding a viable location. We've been working with real estate, public works, along with the housing staff to look at where some possible options are in the city. And this location was provided for that first discussion on investigation. They then determined there were some challenges with it until we started to look for other options. And that's where we stand at the moment.
Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask, was staff given a heads up that this motion was coming to this body today?
Through the chair, we were notified with it through agenda review.
So can someone summarize what the issues are with 23 Brampton? I don't have any of it. I'm being asked to support a motion by one of my colleagues. I have another colleague who is saying, wait a minute, let's get rid of this particular site because there's allegedly this document that says how bad this site is. I'm not in the know. I like to be.
Through the chair to the councillor, I'm going to defer that to GM Con.
Thank you, Chair.
Yep, through the chair to the councillor, General Manager Carlisle Can, Public Works. I do have Manager Rob Connolly on the line too, who can add additional detail if needed. The site in question, when we heard of the motion through agenda review and in reading the motion, we believe that it's the closed Rennie landfill site, which is governed by ECA number A130104, which was issued by the Ministry of Environment. Condition 2 says that the site requires amendment to the ECA subject to any changes to the land use, and it's deemed that residential use constitutes a change requiring an ECA amendment. We would then have to notify the ministry, tell them of the city's intent and what's required, and the ministry would advise us if they were receptive to that amendment. Currently, we have to monitor the groundwater, surface water, and landfill gases at the site, and we continue to do that. Historically, it's been used as a laid-out site for Hamilton Water, so we would have to do more work, and I think the intent was to take direction from this council and come back with a fulsome response. Thank you.
That's a little bit disconcerting. I have a vague understanding of those acts, and you're not permitted to build structures on a closed landfill. That would be the same with this particular landfill, would it not, Chair?
Through the chair, that would be my understanding too, correct.
Okay, so back to the motion, if I may, Chair, just briefly. Is the mover now understanding the complexities of that site willing to remove item A from the motion?
Thank you for the question through you, Chair. My understanding from reviewing correspondence that our city staff had with the HATS group, there was reference to it may not be suitable. If that in fact is the case, absolutely. If it can't be done, it was done on the Tiffany Barton site without, as I recall, anyhow, we won't go there, but that's neither here nor there. And as a courtesy, the information was shared with staff about my motion. But if that is deemed definitively unsuitable, yes, absolutely, and I made that remark in my comments, Councillor Clark, that I'm okay with that as long as we get going on finding a site and avail ourselves of this opportunity to house 15 to 25 people.
Chair, it's not a fair comparison to look at Barton Tiffany, which was an industrial site, and compare it to a closed landfill. I would suggest that the two are completely different. And so my question still stands. Is the member willing to remove section A from his motion?
Yes.
Thank you. So we heard that. The seconder is in agreement? I don't know where the seconder is.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So now we're dealing with B. And actually, what you're really speaking to in B is to have staff report back with the sites that they have come upon. Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor, that's correct. And with the hope that we actually land on one using the expertise that we have access to, that the HATS group may not have access to about planning, zoning, and everything else. We have the expertise there, ideally to land on a site and do whatever we need to do to make that operational. So yes.
Thank you. And in item B, if you look after the words ward councillor, it reads if remedial actions cannot be quickly taken to make the Brampton site suitable for Hats community. I'm assuming that the councillor is amenable to the deletion of those words.
Yes, that's in the A section.
That's in the
So
B
that-
section,
yep.
sir.
So yes, of course, and you'll notice in the B section, I reference whatever attainable site is found quickly by our cumulative Hamilton expertise should also meet with the approval of the councillor, whomever that is.
Okay, Chair, just to clarify, so A is out, the last part of B is out after the word councillor. Can I finally get clarification? Have we not already directed staff to find alternative sites for the HATS program?
Through the chair, yes, we have that direction.
Thank you. I'll leave that with the ward councillor.
Yeah, so the amendment, which is friendly to the mover and the seconder, is on the screen. It strikes A, resolution A, and then part of the final section, sentence of B. So I'll give a moment for everyone to read that, make sure it's clear. So based on the last comment and answer from GM Mader, I guess the difference to previous direction would be the timing specifies Q1 2025, would be my interpretation. Okay, so we still have a speakers list. Councillor Clark, you're done. Councillor Jackson.
So we haven't voted on the amendments, although Chair Kassar, they're up on the screen. We haven't voted on them. So
They're friendly amendments, so that is what's on the floor.
They look like serious amendments to me, but I'll go, you're the leader in this month. I'll go with your friendly term. But I hope you'll allow some freewheeling because the first three speakers had some freewheeling. Staying with the motion, though.
You can ask questions on the motion, yes.
Okay. So this is very fascinating, colleagues. You know, to even have put the 2300 Brampton site on the table, and by the way, every accolade that Councillor McMeekin has received about his passion, love for those that are most in need in society is second to none, both as local representative from his years in Flamborough and on the mountain as alderman, through to his work as MPP and minister and back here in this august body, and I salute him, and that's all genuinely stated. But here we are, we've put a community through some stress and anxiety because 2300 Brampton Street was put in the motion to begin with. And I heard loud and clear from the delegates, I met them for the first time today, that no consultation whatsoever. Boy, this reminds me a lot of Strawn back when that summer of 23, when the HATS group was told by city staff, we're recommending Strawn. And we all know it's all on public record what happened then. I feel so sorry for HATS. And you know what, Chair Kassar? Councillor Jackson has said right from the get-go in this term of council, I don't want tents in my neighborhood parks. I don't want any tiny cabin homes on the East Mountain. And you know what I get for that? Primarily through aspects of social media, cold, mean, no compassion, doesn't get it. And okay, I can live with that. But at least you know consistently where I'm coming from. This has been fascinating to listen to this today, to some previous speakers of wanting to do their best to provide tiny cabins. And now I'm hearing that the Ward 4 site with the Ward 4 councillor is no longer viable. Fair enough. Interesting that the Poor Hats group, Dan Bedness, I think Tom Cooper was part of it originally. I'm not sure right now, Julia Colick. I have to restate and remind everyone, January 19th of 2023, the first 2 months of this term of council, they came into ECS Standing Committee, delegated, they had 3 preferred sites that they researched, not staff, no political interference, they researched. Cathedral Park, Tiffany Barton, irony of ironies, and Lloyd Street in Ward 3. All the pushback, we had to make sure consultation with various communities in those areas, all referred back to staff. 6 months later, Strawn comes on the table by staff. Mysteriously, those fall off the table. Irony of ironies, Tiffany Barton, even though contaminated, is back on the table with the new Tiffany Barton cabin site. That's going to be a community of it in itself. So all I want to say to conclude, Chair Kassar, is that on the B part, I'd like to hear from General Manager Grace Mader, because I want to make this ironclad. In concert with support from the local ward councillor. Let's not put communities through any machinations anymore, any unnecessary anxiety. Through you, Chair Kassar, to GM Mader, if the B part as a friendly amendment stands in concert with support from the local ward councillor, that tells you and your team that if there is a hypothetical proposed site in a particular ward, and the ward councillor in his or her community says no, then you are not going to even think of moving forward on it. Through you, Chair Kassar, I think we need to hear that stated one way or the other emphatically, please.
GM Mader.
Through the chair to the councillor, an approach that we can take with this to ensure that, councillor, would be to work with each of the councillors' offices to help identify a location within a ward that would be acceptable.
Okay, GM Mader, I appreciate your professional answer. That's not quite what I was asking. So, well, let's piggyback on your answer. And I say this respectfully, so respectfully to you. Let's piggyback on your answer. You come hypothetically to any particular ward with a proposal. The ward councillor immediately says, nope, that isn't going to work. What would be your response, please? Through you, Chair Kassar.
Through the chair, if the direction is that we are required to have the ward councillor's consent, then we would not be putting that forward.
Thank you very much, GM Mader. I appreciate that so much. And so this has been just a very fascinating, interesting time. And I'm glad also, Chair Kassar, to conclude with Tiffany Barton. I know the majority of council wanted to move forward with it and have. It's obvious some of the issues that have developed out there that have been reported on publicly, and staff are going to bring back a report because the community is a lot of questions that have been unanswered. I'm glad at the end of the day that, given that the uncertainty of everything, I'm glad I also voted against the Tiffany Barton proposal. Thank you, Chair Kassar.
Okay, Councillor Cretch.
Not sure if 5 minutes will be enough to unpack all the mysteries Councillor Jackson has left us with, but I'll do my best. GM Mader, I know that when we had a discussion about the Barton Tiffany site early on, staff had looked at it initially, didn't have all the information they required at that time, took the year, did the extra additional work, got the information needed, and that's why we're able to move ahead with something on the Barton Tiffany site. Could you clarify that, just to, unravel the mystery?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, that's correct.
Right, so thank you so much for that. Quick work. City staff recently said they were working with HATS on a site location in a report to council. We got several reports, including our monthly and weekly reports, that identify information that's happening with respect to these kinds of things, and specifically with respect to HATS. And about a year ago, this council said, can you please report back to us regularly to let us know how it's going? And you've been doing that. I understand the frustration that this is taking longer. My understanding, though, please correct me if I'm wrong, is that we had a mayoral directive come forward that was supported here to say we're going to focus our efforts with respect to these types of projects in the short term on Barton Tiffany. We're going to get that going and operational. Once it's operational, once we've got that up and going, we're going to turn our mind to addressing this issue. Because, truly, we're doing the job of housing and homelessness services on a regular operation. We're taking on this additional work of getting something up in the short term, which is a huge amount of lifting for the city, for the record. And so we don't have the capacity to do all three things at one time. Is that my best understanding of what's going on right now?
Through the chair, that's also correct. I think I'd also like to add too, though, that in addition to that work is also then the expansion of the traditional shelter system by 192 as well, that staff have taken on.
Right, so we added those two huge things to the workload, and so it's taking a minute to get this third thing done. But my understanding, if you correct me if I'm wrong, is you're still in discussions with folks, you're still looking at sites, you're trying to find something that's viable, and you're working as quickly as you can.
Through the chair, that's correct. We've been continuing to work with HATS, along with HATS as the identified provider for services, St. Matthew's House. We've also been meeting with them as well.
It's all the expertise that need to turn to this is being turned to this issue. Finally, in some of your reports back, I believe you said you were going to be trying to get a response to us around this time, Q1 2025. So my question is kind of for you, but also for the city clerk about whether this is in order. We've already given direction to staff. If we want to change an outstanding business list item, we go to the outstanding business list item when we say it was due to come back in Q2 2025. We want it to come back in Q1 2025. That's the process that we use to change outstanding business list items, of which this is one. Do I understand this correctly? Whomever wants to answer.
Clerk Trenum, maybe?
Well, just to confirm that the timing from yourself, GM Mader, if you don't mind.
Through the chair, we are reporting back in Q1 of 2025 about the Barton Tiffany location, correct? I would like to say that if the expectation is to report back on a further investigation related to hats, coming back by the end of March, which is basically 7 weeks from now, would be problematic from staff's perspective.
So you've been planning, if I understand, to come back perhaps in Q2 2025? Right, okay, I understand that. And so it's already the plan, already on our outstanding business list, already ready to go. So Clerk Trenum, could you weigh in on that? Like if we already have a plan to do that exact thing, how on earth is this motion in order?
Clerk Trenum?
Through you, Chair, it's a procedural matter overall. Is it in order? It's adjusting the timeline or perhaps asking for something different, so it would in effect be amending the OBL, which is reasonable to do. It's asking for information, again, is procedural in nature, in that it would be amending the OBL piece. So yes, it would be a vote that in effect does that. So that's where it would be in order.
Thanks, so I think I understand what you're saying, and I'm just going to summarize briefly to make sure I haven't lost the plot, which I sometimes do. That this would be modifying the outstanding business list if council wanted to do that, to move it from Q2 2025 to Q1 2025. Staff have identified that they can't meet that timeline. And so if we decide here that we're not going to make that move to Q1 2025, it's going to stay at Q2, then we wouldn't be amending anything. So thanks for that. I do have other comments to make, but I recognize there's other people on the speakers list, so I'm happy to go on a second time for comments.
We'll put you on a second time. Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Francis.
Thanks, Chair Kassar. I'm confused a little bit at the current language that we have. The only thing that I would ask is to have that emailed maybe to myself or for my colleagues, just so I can understand it. And I might get back on the speakers list towards the end to clarify. And I was happy to support the word councillor on Part A. I'm glad that's been removed from the motion. I know I wasn't granted that same courtesy with my Stony Creek parking lots when I explained that I hosted a very large public meeting and received unanimous backlash. I even brought alternatives forward. However, now that this has landed in Councillor Wang's ward, I'll stick by my principles and support the community and the ward councillor in the face of that same large public backlash that I faced. And understandably so, for many reasons that we heard this morning from the delegates that came here. And I find this entire situation to be inappropriate, from Hats suggesting publicly, without consultation with any of the ward councillors first, suggesting sites that might be appropriate without contacting the ward councillors. I found that to be inappropriate. I also find this motion to be inappropriate. You know, councillors have had years to bring forward sites of their own, suggestions of their own that might be appropriate in their own wards, And if folks really wanted this in their wards, they would have reached out to Hats and brought a motion forward to find a site. And I know the Ward 15 councillor is a strong advocate for Hats and their idea and wants the solutions to this incredibly complex homeless file, and I can appreciate that. We're all working towards solving this in our own ways. But if the Ward 15 councillor really wants to find a site, he should start by looking in his own vast ward. And I'm happy to find a place to do that. I'll help him do that. And by looking at the map, I find it kind of funny that the Ward 15 is probably larger than the entire lower city combined. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks. I have a couple of questions and then just a comment. The question I have is around the initial proposal that came to council from Hats early on, and how that has changed from what's before us now. And I'm speaking particularly around the partners that have come on board in terms of operations. So can you speak to that through you, Chair, to the the general manager, my understanding is that the experience has been in other communities that where there is a provider of the service, that the model works a lot better. But that's my assumption. I just want to ask through you, Chair, to GM Mater if she's had any knowledge of this kind of situation.
Through the chair to the mayor, I'm going to defer that question to Danielle Blake. She's been the one who's really been leading the trying to find the insights about how it's worked in other communities.
Manager Blake.
Thank you. Through the chair to the mayor. Yes, so best practice in almost every circumstance with these types of communities is to have an operator on site, an experienced homelessness serving system provider in order to staff the site, provide on-site supports and services, and ensure the safety of the residents as well as the community surrounding the area as well.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that. So, I mean, congratulations to the HATS group too, because they've evolved to best practices in the realm that we're talking about when it comes to these kinds of initiatives. And congratulations to St. Matthew's House for stepping forward in the hub as well to provide some of that support. I guess the other question I would have, and I suspect this will come in the report. So if it's not in the report, I'm putting it on the table to be considered, is the experience of other municipalities, because there's many, like across the whole country, that are experimenting with these kinds of initiatives, unfortunately, because we have to solve problems. We can decide not to support the solving of problems, but then the problems just persist and become worse. And so I'm very much a problem solver and want to say I'm grateful to the staff for helping us with the problem solving that we've been able to do thus far. But what has been the experience in terms of the relationship between these models and the municipality? So if there's land involved, is there a lease? Are there requirements? Are there agreements? Are there financial, financial levers? I mean, I don't know. I'm wondering if that's going to be part of the report back, and if not, if this body can provide that direction, just so that we know exactly where we're headed.
Through the chair to the mayor, absolutely, we can include that. And we know that there's been a variety of experiences across the country with the operating of these, some more successful than others, but all of them have been unique to their communities. So we can include that.
Thanks, I appreciate that. I just want to end by saying I think there's a varying degree of understanding of the housing continuum around this table and the decisions that have been made by this council in that regard. And so I'm happy to see that our Housing Secretariat Director is here, who can confirm that we have a council-approved policy in our sustainability and investment roadmap that includes utilization of surplus city property for affordable housing, which is not the same as a HATS project, which is not the same as a temporary outdoor shelter. And all I would say is this: it's really unfair to the people of the city of Hamilton, frankly, to suggest that one thing is happening when it's really not. That's I believe, dirty pool. And I just want to assure people that when we're talking about the roadmap, the sustainability roadmap, the Housing Secretariat, the work we do to try to find permanent housing for people, some of it's supportive, but permanent housing, that is not the same as temporary outdoor shelters or as a HATS project. That's just the facts. So thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Horvath. As first-time speakers, we have Councillor Pauls and Councillor Beattie. Councillor Pauls, go ahead.
Thank you. And my question is not whether I support HATS or not. I look at Angela and Brody there. They came today speaking, and they were standing there trying to defend their location, why it wasn't right. And we all stood and listened. Meanwhile, news alert, the it wasn't suitable place in the first place. I'm just wondering if the site wasn't suitable and staff had agenda review, why wasn't the clerk maybe related that to the residents, that they did not need to come down and defend what they saw the problem would be? I just find it that communication was missed there. If the agenda review is always done a week or 2 weeks prior, because I do agenda review, if they knew, wouldn't it be logical that the clerk would call the resident and say, that place is not suitable? I just feel, I want to thank you and I want to apologize for you taking time off work. I want to thank you. Time off work, it costs money to come in, to not go to work. So I want
Point of order's been called.
So,
Councillor Clark, your point of order.
Respectfully, I understand what the good councillor is saying, but it is not the clerk's role to reach out to delegates to give their opinion on what is or is not on the agenda.
okay, can I
That
respond
is
to that?
correct.
Okay,
Councillor
can I-
Pauls, so it's not the clerk's responsibility.
Yeah, and I didn't say, I just said, we had an agenda review.
Yeah, but
I'm
you asked-
asking the
you asked
staff,
why the clerk didn't
Can I
call.
ask the staff, if they knew this wasn't a suitable place, why did we all go through this, listening to the residents? Why did we do that? I just,
Yeah,
I don't
Councillor Pauls,
understand
it's the
that.
prerogative of any member of this committee to bring forward a motion. It's not vetted for merits, it's vetted for procedural accuracy, or, clerks can speak better to it, but any member of this council can bring a motion forward without consulting public on the details. Okay, so I think that answers that question.
Okay, that's great. I'm also concerned that we weren't informed. I had no idea. I'm sitting here, I think we were all shocked, weren't we? When I did not know. So I did not know, maybe I should have known. Did everybody know that this wasn't suitable place to put the hats? I wasn't notified. So that's my question. I'm just dumbfounded here that I knew nothing about this, that it wasn't suitable, and I just think maybe
Paul,
we
yeah.
should have known. Thank you.
There is no report, as the GM had said previously, there is no public report, so we didn't have the information. That's why we come here to hear from the public and to deliberate and
But
ask
they had an
questions.
agenda review. They knew.
Okay.
I heard
Okay,
that.
yep.
Can I
You've
ask the staff, when did you know it wasn't suitable? That's my question, please.
GM Maynard, are you able to respond?
Through the chair, there was no mechanism for staff to report back on that. This is a motion that was giving staff direction, and we respond to that direction.
Thank you, GM Maynard. Staff are doing their jobs according to what's requested from council. Okay, Councillor Beatty's next.
Thank you, Chair. Trying to pull it back to the motion, but following the trend of communication, I'm thinking back to the announcement of the Strawn site, and I stand to be corrected. I have the ward councillor sitting next to me. I'm sure he'll correct me. But by memory, it seems to be that the site was announced and then there was some form of consultation. This just happened with this 2300 Brampton site. The site was announced and we never quite got to the consultation piece, but the community learned kind of after the fact. So I guess my question to ensure as this moves forward, how do we avoid this happening? And is there a better communication plan so that the cart follows the horse, not the other way around? And I'd ask it to the bench.
Thank you, Councillor Beatty. GM Maynard.
Through the chair, that's been a challenge on this portfolio right from the beginning. We cannot proceed with any location without direction and approval from council. In order for us to get approval from council, we have to identify the location. It's a bit of the chicken and the egg challenge for us. I think if the direction at this juncture is for us to move forward with working in conjunction with the councillor's offices on this, that may help to mitigate some of that challenge and to then roll out a plan how we would work on a community engagement approach once it is approved at this, by this body. That may help with that, Councillor.
Okay, thank you for the answer, GM Maynard, and I just want to say that I'm very supportive of wanting to see this land somewhere. Having this floating around for the last 3 years, you know, and with a lot of effort put into Ed, and I'll give kudos to the Ward 15 councillor for his continued leadership on this file, but at the same time, very concerned that if we don't use a different approach, we are doomed to failure before we begin. And that is a major concern that I would raise. I just want to ask as a follow-up question, Chair, if I might, and this might be completely out of order or left field. You can rule me either way. The Barton Tiffany site was initially contemplated. It was ruled out. Some additional thought was put into it. A solution was found for the Barton Tiffany site. We've placed our own structures there now. I don't know the size of the site. I don't know the configuration of the site. Is there any contemplation that there may be room to place the HAT site on the Barton Tiffany site in conjunction with what we're doing?
Through the chair, that idea was discussed with the HATS group by staff, and they were not in favor of that. It is certainly something that we could revisit potentially.
Okay, no further questions, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Beattie. Before we go to second-time speakers, are there any other first-time speakers? Okay, Councillor Kretsch for a second time.
Thanks to GM Maynard for answering my questions earlier. And I want to just say that this was brought forward by staff in 2023 as the Ward 2 City Councillor, and I think many people here supported the recommendation of staff saying, let's look at this. And then consultation did happen. Consultation happened with the community. Was it awkward? Was it a bit painful? Absolutely. I was there, so I know. And what happened was that HATS decided after the consultation was done and looking at the plans in more detail, getting servicing estimates from the city and all kinds of other things they had to consider with expenses to fit things there, that they didn't want to go ahead with the project. And they released a public statement about it. No mystery as to exactly why they decided to do that. And so that's what happened. And that's okay. What I promised to do was not politically interfere in the process. I said, if staff come forward and they'd like to make a recommendation, that I wouldn't politically interfere in that recommendation if it was proposed in my ward, and I stuck by that. And I stand by that now. I don't think it's right for us to be interfering in this process that staff have decided they're going to work out with HATS. That's not our job, it's their job. They're the ones who understand the servicing of the land, what sites might be appropriate. And the suggestion that, well, people wanted this in their wards, they would just go around and just sort of point out spots, like I'm some kind of weird king of the ward, and I just say, well, take this land here and I'll propose it to HATS. Nonsense. First of all, in Ward 2, there's not even enough land to be going around doing that half the time. But secondly, that requires a little more insight and thoughtfulness than just going around pointing at places and then suggesting them to outside groups. I'd hope as a government and a municipality we have a little bit more foresight and thoughtfulness put into how we do these things. And don't perpetuate this idea that we're all fiefs of our ward.
Okay, second-time speaker, Councillor Francis.
Thanks, Chair Kassar. And I guess the Ward 2 Councillor will be coming back with a whole list of sites at a future meeting. I just want to speak briefly to the email. I've received the email. Thank you to the clerk. And with A being deleted and Brampton Street being removed, this is a brand new motion. It states that the local ward councillor must be in agreement with any future sites. And given that this is a brand new motion that would direct communication with local councillor support prior to any decision being made, I can support this motion now as it is, as amended, even though I have ruled out sites in Ward 5 based on resident feedback. Thank you.
Councillor McMeekin.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Just a little bit of context, if I can, and I appreciate all the comments that have been made. I'm an idealist without illusions. I've been through the process before being elected, since being elected, and over the last couple of years, as HATS has gone through, I think, 19 different sites potential. Some suggested by staff, I think the first 4 or 5, others they've sought out. In terms of best practices and and such. It's all contained in the manual, which I'm going to table. A 95-page report about best practices, also the manual, which, by the way, has been shared with staff. And the manual itself has been shared with every council member about a year ago, as I recall. Just for clarification, I was pleased to be able to chat with Councillor Wang. I had sought her out. She was out of the country. As soon as she was back, we connected. We had a good conversation about some of the impediments that were there. Before doing that, I did as a courtesy write to staff suggesting that we were going forward and was open to conversation, just for the record. On the Tiffany Barton site, just a historical footnote, Hats approached the city a long time ago about that site, and they were laughed at. You want what? One of the most contaminated sites in the city? No way. Now it's a site of choice. And so I'm okay with that. Just like Councillor Jackson's okay with it. We gotta get going. Communication, I agree that's a problem. Take it from Hat's perspective. You know, they were told by staff and others on the Ward 2 site not to do public, they were ready to do public consultation there on a Barton Street site. And in both instances, they were told not to do that until, as Grace Matter has said, councils had a chance to look at it and deem whether or not it's a site worth consulting about, right? Heading that off. So communication is a problem. That's why my reference to the difference between process and progress. I just want to footnote that. Like the mayor, I see myself as a problem solver. I began by talking about all the things that need fixing. And this is certainly one of them. And maybe I'd add to that whatever communication channels need to be enhanced. Hats is caught in the middle. Staff have been directed to move on this. And I guess in fairness to Hats, and the fact that in conversation with somebody they thought would be supportive, I guess that landed on my lap, and I'm pleased to carry the can there. I'm pleased to have surfaced this because it gets at least a discussion going that is much needed discussion. What I was hoping to do, and the thing I want to communicate, is it's all, you know, when all is said and done, there's often more said than there is done. You know, and I'm just looking for a little bit of giddy up here. Here's a group in the city with massive support, all kinds of people willing to donate, trained volunteers, church and business groups who've been raising money to help get this started. The original concept of the gated community 2 years ago was the Hats. We've now adopted that formally, and that's good. That's progress. There's some problems around it, I know, but we'll get those sorted out. So I just want to, for the record, just share that cumulative frustration that Hats feels, and I, as their advocate, one of their advocates, feel. I can agree, disagree on different issues with people and do all the time. I can engage on my feet, okay, I'm all right with that. You win some, you lose some. But the only issue I've been truly embarrassed over since having the privilege of being elected to this council is the lack of action on this. Clearly, the right solution initially was identified. Tiffany Barton was dismissed. It's frustrating for me because I'm trying to figure a way to move it forward. The only way to do that is our procedural ways to put it on the general government agenda, to invite citizens to come. And as I said earlier, we shouldn't discourage dissent. We should encourage it because there's a lot in this world we should be dissenting about. Those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Nam.
Thank you, Chair, and appreciate the lengthy discussion around the table on this motion, and we won't be able to support it, and I want to explain why. Number one, thanks to responses from staff to questions by colleagues around the table, our staff already have this initiative on our work plan. Priority actions for our staff is to deliver supportive and affordable housing. It is underway. We had the report and the announcement earlier this year in terms of those funding agreements that land hundreds of new supportive housing units, permanent solutions to the crisis in our community. 2, shelter expansion, 192 beds, the vast majority of which will be in Ward 3. 3, our temporary shelter that the city has taken on, learning about expertise in terms of being able to deliver a program that will hopefully find shelter for 80 people or thereabouts. 4 is the ongoing work with HATS. And I can appreciate the frustration for those who are advocates and supporters and long-term engaged in the work of HATS to try and land a solution, as well as those subject matter experts and housing providing service partners who have joined the table to help round out that model where there was discrepancies of concern raised in the past. So I'm appreciating the iterative improvement that the HATS community is engaging in. And so just from a practical sense of the plate of deliverables that our staff have to implement, I've heard very clearly that these timelines are not achievable. So I cannot support the motion as it's written. Number 2, I concur with my colleague around the table in saying that the use of land for solutions to the crises our communities are facing across the city should not receive political interference. It should be based in best practices. It should be informed from the subject matter expertise that we as governors around this table have to rely on, and that is the subject matter expertise of our staff and whomever other appropriate collaborative partners they choose to work with. And so, again, any notions that continue to be espoused around this table are regrettable that suggest otherwise. Thank you.
Okay, at this point, I don't see any further speakers. Oh, Councillor Maureen Wilson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, through you to perhaps Clerk Trenum, I'm a little confused because what I thought I heard earlier was a concurrence that A, this direction has already been given, B, the only daylight or discrepancy, if you will, between the previous direction, which is being worked on with reference to all the other things we've given to staff, is just the timing. And we've been told by our professional staff that at Q1 2025, given all the activity that they're committed to and performing on, it just does not make that reporting timeline different. So I'm just trying to seek insight into whether in fact the motion is in order, because the action already is on the books, and the only anomaly in this is just the OBL timeline. I just would like some clarification, please, and thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Shannon, please.
So through you, Chair, I would say it is technically in order. What the motion as it reads is asking for the report back in Q1 2025. Committee has heard from staff that that is not reasonable. So it would be clear that this motion passing would certainly have implications for staff, either in their ability to conduct other work or to be able to properly report this back at that timeline. That being said, it is council's role and committee's role to recommend, and council's role to select the priorities that staff are going forward with. So it is in order. It is up to this committee as to what it wants to recommend. Again, this could be amended to change that timeline, but a timeline is already on the OBL, so you could defeat the motion before you if you were in disagreement with the recommendation.
Councillor Wilson?
I'm never going to challenge the clerk, but I remain a little confused. The direction has already been set. The only thing that would have to be amended would be the OBL, which we do time and time again, if the mover is not prepared to, I guess, amend this motion here and now, knowing what we've received from staff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor McMeekin.
Well, if that's a question to the mover, let me just say this. I want to win on this issue. You know, the stalling, delaying, not adding a giddy-up factor here is not what I want to see happen. If winning this issue means moving from Q1 to Q2, I would be prepared to amend that, assuming my seconder would concur. This is important. The people of Hamilton who have stood solidly behind hats, not 2 days go by, Mr. Chairman, not 2 days in my life go by without somebody saying, what the hell is happening with hats? Why? You know, you've now accepted the model. They wanted to go to Tiffany Barton 18 months ago, they laughed at. You know, we need to move on it. And so I gladly amend it to Q2 just to get it passed and let everybody know, including staff, that this is some firm direction from council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Staff for just conferring, the clerks and staff.
Chair, can we see it now one more time, please?
Yeah, once the LC returns, we can put that back up on the screen. Yeah, that's okay. So to summarize, the mover has wanted to amend the timing to Q2 2025, which based on my understanding brings us back to direction that already exists. So there was also a request to put it back up on the screen, if we can do that, and change it to Q2.
Chair, can I?
Yes, Councillor Tattison, go ahead.
Just saying that in my reading of this, it says in Q1 2025, in concert with the support from local ward councillor. I think that's a change in process. It involves us around the table working with staff behind the scenes before anything becomes public. And I think that's the change that is missed by the ward councillor's suggestions that it's the same. Thank you.
Okay, so it is up on the screen, change to Q2 2025. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you. I just would have a question then on process. If that is the daylight that the ward councillor can veto a site, bring some to the attention, will this body be apprised of those sites that were identified and those sites that were eliminated, and for what reason?
GM Mader.
Through the chair, we could include that in the report back.
Okay. Councillor Cretch.
I know this is a lot of procedural wrangling, but so be it. I want to make sure I understand that there is actually new direction here based on what staff understand, because my understanding already is that what happens is going through the process involves consultation with the ward councillor. You have a conversation with them regardless. That's already part of this process. I'm just looking to say, what is the actual direction in front of us today? Q2 2025, already on the books. Reporting back, already on the books. Giddy up, already happening. So what is actually on the table today is the question I think we need to have answered, that what we're actually voting on here that's different from the direction that has already been provided by council. So if staff could tell me exactly what that is, so I know what I'm voting on, that would be helpful. If you see a difference, if you don't see a difference and there's no change in direction, then that's also fine. I'm just trying to understand where we're at.
Thank you, Councillor. So who is able to answer that question?
Through the chair, I guess that's me. I think, Councillor, to your question, this is more specific about the way we can work it and the information that needs to be contained in the report back.
So what specific information is different that needs to be contained in the report back based on the therefore be it resolved clause?
If the inclusion of the eliminated sites, if it's not in favor of by the ward councillors, we would include that. I would, and as I indicated, that I would be looking to work with all of your offices on an approach to this as well.
Okay, so I think I understand now clearly, and I'm just going to say it out loud, and if anyone objects, feel free to just to scream out. What we're voting on is whether or not the ward councillors get to have kind of, I guess, a veto is the word that keeps being used, or not on sites, and then that information be reported. And so the way I interpret that is that we'll politically be interfering in the sites here, site selection process that staff's going to be doing. I'm not in favor of that. I've never been in favor of that. Regardless of what we do here, staff will be coming back and speaking to ward councillors. I'm not interested in playing a game where people say, oh, I vetoed this, I vetoed that, and we have a report on all of it. That's not productive. Doesn't help us get to a solution. Don't understand why we'd be doing this. Doesn't make any sense to me at all. It's politicizing something that every time it's been politicized has caused it to fail. And so I'm not going to support the further politicization of this. I think it should be done professionally. Our staff should do this in concert with the groups. There's many groups out there who want to do this work and get this support and collaborate to do it. Do it. But I'm not interested in interfering politically in this, and I'm voting against it. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Chair Kassar. Nobody needs to be scolded around this table. Let's go back to January 19th one more time. Do you know from the January 19th ECS meeting when Cathedral, Tiffany Barton, and Lloyd Street were sent back to staff because, my goodness, we didn't have staff's professional input or community consultation? I was at the meeting. I know exactly what happened. It's in the minutes. 6 months later, it mysteriously fell off the table, all three sites. Geez, Ward 2 councillor, nobody gave me an explanation why those three sites suddenly fell off the table. Not politically, not from staff that were here, now departed, doesn't matter. So you know what? Whatever happens in the future, if now some of the councillors want explanations, if a particular hypothetical proposed site in a ward is denied because the ward councillor feels the community will have difficulty and issues with it, I want to go back on those three original sites, and I'm going to ask staff to give me an explanation why those three were taken off the table. Mysterious. I have no explanation or report why Strawn suddenly replaced them. Thanks, Chair Kassar.
Okay, I don't see any other names on the speakers list. We are now ready for the vote to the amended motion. Oh, pause. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
I apologize to my colleagues and to the public. I just want to make sure I understand the consequence, for example, of a loss, because we have established the direction is already outstanding. So if this motion was to lose, that does not mean that the previously established direction is thwarted or ended. It's a continuous work in progress.
Yeah, good clarification. Clerk Trenum. GM
Through the chair, thank you, Clerk Trenum. The direction we had previously is that we are continuing to work with HATS on a month, and we report back on a monthly basis. That will continue. We are continuing to work to find a location that will work for all involved. I think with this motion, it was to be more directive, and if that's the will of council, we would certainly follow that direction.
And thank you. And that's already a council ratified direction. So this doesn't if this were to lose, for example, it doesn't cancel out. The only distinction is that immediately the ward councillor is not directing site locations and determining whether they're appropriate or not. That's how I'm interpreting it. And if I could just get one final clarification, sure. Thank you.
Yes. Clerk Trenum, please.
Chair, that would be correct.
Okay. So as you've stated, Councillor Maureen Wilson, that is a correct interpretation.
Again, and I apologize for prolonging this, but that kind of clarification will inform
very helpful
and help me. Thank you.
Okay. No further speakers. I'm wrong. There's one further speaker. Councillor Kretsch.
Sorry, I just needed a moment to steal my thoughts. So stolen. I just want to say that staff have been really clear about what the reasons were for why these sites didn't go on from my perspective publicly. I heard those answers. What I heard from GM Thorne at the time was quite clearly that staff reviewed the available sites based on all the information they had. They did analyses that they could do in a quick turnaround time. Their goal at that time was to try and get a site open for winter. So they were moving pretty quickly. Some sites they looked at and thought, you know what, I don't think we have enough information there to determine whether or not it's a viable site. And then they looked at the Strawn site and said, we think this could be a viable site. That's what they said. I remember the report quite clearly. We think this could be a viable site. We're going to bring it forward to council. I don't think it's appropriate to continue to suggest that staff are doing stuff or the councillors are doing stuff, and there's some big mystery going on here. They were clear in public, clear to everyone, that they reviewed the lands available and chose that site because they thought it would be suitable. They proposed that to us. They proposed it to HATS. It didn't end up being suitable. Not sure what the mystery is there, but if anyone wants to ask staff to repeat all of that, go for it.
Okay, we're going to give last word on this to the mover, then we're going to the vote.
Well, here's what's not a mystery, and the presenters spoke very eloquently, and thank you for that, around the difficulty around communication. And I think the staff and others have highlighted that in terms of moving forward, HATS was directed on the Ward 2 site, and they were ready to consult there and on other sites, and they were told not to until council had dealt with it. My own sense is unless and until we deal with that issue, which is why I put it up front and said, you know, the reality is sites have been suggested and denied for goodness knows what reasons, staff or horseshoe related. That's why I put the reference in there to concurrence with whoever the councillor is, out of respect for everybody around this circle. But communication is indeed the issue. It's been flagged and flagged and flagged and flagged. Maybe we need some giddy up there too.
Okay, we'll now go to the vote. And the vote is up. Okay, that is defeated 7-7. Okay, we will now receive the correspondence on item 9.1. 9.1A, correspondence respecting item 9.1, suitable site for Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelter HATS Community from Cassandra Gallardo. Can I have a mover and a seconder to receive the correspondence, please? Councillor Clark. Councillor Maureen Wilson. Any discussion on that correspondence? Councillor McMeekin.
I will formally present the information that historically has been shared by HATS around the best practices, North American best practices. This is good reading, and the manual, and also letters of support from various community groups across the city, as well as some other addendums. That should be part of the official record, and HATS has agreed that that be formally presented so nobody can say down the road they didn't know what the background information was.
Okay, any other speakers on this item? Okay, we'll go to vote for a show of hands to receive the correspondence. All those in favor, please. Councillor Spatafor is in favor. That's everybody. And that carries. Okay, we're just after 12:20. I'll pause here to see if committee would like to take a break for lunch before moving to notice of motion. That's moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Taddison. Show of hands. For 30 minutes. We'll say we'll return at 12:50. No, sorry, 1 o'clock. Okay, that carries. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody, to the General Issues Committee meeting on February 5th, 2025. We are now at item 10 on the agenda, notices of motion. 10.1 is tackling barriers to build more affordable and supportive housing. Councillor M. Wilson, would you like to read your notice of motion, please?
Thank you. It's staying as a notice, so do I have to read it?
You do not.
No, it'll stay. Thank you.
Okay, that will remain a notice. Thank you. 10.2, explore area rating or tax relief for residents within 3 kilometers of the GFL landfill. And 10.3, section 447.1 against GFL Stony Creek Regional Facility revised. Councillor Clark, those are your notices of motion. Would you like to read them?
I'd like to read it into the record, but it shall stay a notice of motion until February 26th.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. So it is exploring area rating or tax relief for residents within 3 kilometers of the GFL landfill. Whereas residents living in Upper Stony Creek within 3 kilometers of the GFL Stony Creek Regional Facility landfill have been experiencing horrific odors since April 2023. Whereas residents have not had daily reasonable use and enjoyment of homes, property, community spaces, workplaces, especially pertaining to outdoor lived experiences. Whereas residents have experienced inconvenience, discomfort, loss of amenity caused by odors being emitted from the landfill. Whereas residents have regularly complained about the odor seeping into their homes. And whereas GFL and the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks have not been successful in stopping the odors, therefore be it resolved that the Taxes and Finance Divisions review the possibility of providing area rating relief of any other tax relief to mitigate the financial burden on residents living within 3 kilometers of the landfill, and report back to the General Issues Committee by the end of Q2 2025, with all costs to be funded through GFL royalties. So that will remain as a notice. May I go to the next one, sir? Thank you very much, Chair. The next one is entitled Section 447.1 against GFL Stony Creek Regional Facility revised. Whereas residents living in Upper Stony Creek within 3 kilometers of GFL Stony Creek Regional Landfill have been experiencing horrific odors since April 2023. Whereas residents have not had daily reasonable use and enjoyment of homes, property, community spaces, and workplaces, especially pertaining to outdoor lived experiences. Whereas residents have experienced inconvenience, discomfort, and loss of amenity caused by odors being emitted from the landfill. Whereas residents have regularly complained about the odor seeping into their homes, whereas GFL and the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks have not been successful in stopping or abating these odors, whereas the community group known as Stand for Stony Creek has had discussions with their lawyers from Ross and McBride, and whereas their research found the following case wherein Section 447.1 of the Ontario Municipal Act was applied. The case law is Newmarket Town versus Halton Recycling Limited, 2006, Coswell, Ontario 5920, bracket SCJ bracket. Therefore, be it resolved that legal services be directed to review all legal options available to the city, including Section 447.1 of the Municipal Act, to address the concerns raised by residents and report back to GIC by the end of Q2 of 2025. That will also remain as a notice.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Item 10.4, Flamborough Women's Resource Centre Interval House. Councillor McMeekin, that's your notice of motion. Would you like to read it?
Thanks, Chair. I'd be delighted to read it. It was maybe a little less controversial than the last motion. It's with respect to the Flamborough Women's Resource Centre Interval House is the sponsor there. Whereas in 2023, the city declared intimate partnership violence a crisis, whereas the Flamborough Women's Resource Centre, located in Waterdown, has focused on reducing gender violence and providing counseling support, group programs, and legal advocacy. Whereas the Flamborough Women's Resource Centre, a satellite program of Interval House, has provided the only outreach program for Flamborough women experiencing domestic violence and in need of safety and support services. Whereas rural women experience intimate partner violence at rates 5 times higher than rural men and 75% higher than non-rural women, CWF study 2022. Whereas the Waterdown area is one of the fastest growing population centers in Hamilton and to date not received any substantial increased funding for the Flamborough Women's Resource Center since 2009. Whereas the goal of the FWRC is to create an accessible hub in the core of Waterdown to expand services to those experiencing domestic violence, whereas additional resources are required to help reach and respond to rural women in crisis through the provision of occasional mobile services, whereas the Ward 15 Community Council has reviewed the request for assistance and, like the City of Hamilton, understands the urgency of a response capability. Whereas this grant will assist the Flamborough Women's Center to secure a larger service location needed to provide no-charge counseling, safety planning, housing assistance, income navigation, employment readiness training, and where necessary, legal advice. Be it therefore resolved that a grant be provided to Interval House for the Flamborough Women's Resource Center, that this grant be funded from the Ward 15 non-property tax revenue account. The numbers there at an upset limit, including contingency not to exceed $10,000, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized and directed to execute any required agreements and auxiliary documents with such terms and conditions in a form satisfactory to the solicitor. And note that the Ward 15 Community Council, after an hour-long debate, were unanimous in supporting this motion. That's my notice, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. I'm now going to have to pass the chair to former Deputy Mayor Councillor Taddison.
Up next on the list is 10.5, protecting Hamilton's economy and jobs, strengthening local procurement and resilience amid U.S. tariff threats. And it's been revised. Deputy Mayor, I understand that you wish to waive the rules.
Yeah, on behalf of the mayor who had to leave the meeting for city business, I will be requesting to waive the rules and then present the motion.
Okay, so I guess, is that a hand vote?
Seconder, Councillor Francis.
Okay, so all in favor of waiving the rules?
Right, through the deputy mayor, it's a 2/3 majority, so it's a recorded vote, electronic vote.
Electronic vote.
Thank you for that clarification. 2/3 vote needed. Okay, all in favor? Oh, did she say electronic?
Electronic.
I should have put the old hearing aids in, sorry. Okay, thank you. Okay, so electronic vote, we'll go to the vote to waive the rules. It's up.
Councillor Pauls, were you able to vote? Thank you.
That carries 14-0. Proceed, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So on behalf of the mayor, I am moving this motion, seconded by Councillor Francis. I will read into the record. Whereas the United States government under President Donald Trump had announced the imposition of 25% tariffs on Canadian goods effective February 1st, 2025, whereas the potential threat of tariffs on Hamilton's key industries poses significant risk to local businesses, workers, and the overall economic stability of our community, whereas these tariffs could potentially reduce the city's GDP by up to $1.1 billion, impacting key sectors such as manufacturing, construction, and the automotive industry, whereas Hamilton's manufacturing sector employs over 28,000 workers locally and over 48,000 with the broader Hamilton census metropolitan area, and plays a critical role in the city's economic stability. Whereas the potential decline in Hamilton's largest export sector, iron and steel, could result in a $3.6 billion reduction in export value.
Will I be able to see that?
Whereas the City of Hamilton has significant purchasing power through its capital projects and infrastructure investments, which can be leveraged to support local and national businesses during this economic uncertainty. Whereas, although a 30-day pause on the implementation of these proposed tariffs has been agreed upon by President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, the potential threat remains, necessitating the exploration of proactive measures to protect and support Hamilton's local businesses, workers, and families to ensure economic resilience, growth, and long-term prosperity for the city. Whereas on January 15th, 2025, Council referred Councillor Francis's Buy Local and Canadian First procurement policy motion to the Procurement Subcommittee for consideration with the intention to lay the groundwork for prioritizing local procurement. And whereas the current economic climate and the urgent threat posed by new tariffs necessitate accelerated action to expand on the aforementioned motion and reinforce Hamilton's economic resilience. And whereas municipalities, while traditionally constrained by trade agreements, can play a pivotal role in supporting Canadian businesses through strategic procurement practices. Therefore, be it resolved that A, staff expedite the review of current procurement policies and report back to GIC on February 26, 2025, with preliminary recommendations on the feasibility of integrating Buy Local and Canadian policies effectively and urgently given the current economic uncertainty. B, the City of Hamilton stands in solidarity with federal and provincial governments to advocate against U.S. tariffs and support a coordinated Team Canada response. C, the City of Hamilton calls on the federal and provincial governments to collaborate with municipalities in identifying and removing barriers that prevent local governments from preferring Canadian businesses in procurement processes. D, the City of Hamilton endorses the City of Burlington's Buy Canada resolution dated January 31st, 2025, and that the clerk forward this resolution to the following organizations for their information: the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, FCM, Ontario Big City Mayors Caucus, Hamilton Members of Parliament, Hamilton Members of Provincial Parliament, and municipalities within the Greater Golden Horseshoe. So, Deputy Mayor, Chair, I think it's pretty straightforward. I think we all understand the weight of the situation we're in. It's a pretty unique time in history, and this is one thing we can do as a municipality.
Okay, thank you with that. And we have 3 speakers on the list, and we're going to start off with Councillor Clark first.
Thank you. So if I can get clarification, when staff is expediting the review of current procurement policies and reporting back, will it contain all of the clauses that follow item A? Specifically, item C, it's saying that the City of Hamilton calls on the federal government, provincial governments to collaborate with municipalities in identifying and removing barriers that prevent local governments from preferring Canadian businesses in procurement processes. Unfortunately, municipalities are caught up with NAFTA and CETA, and both of those trade agreements prohibits governments from saying local only or their country only. So will we get a report back that will address those issues?
Through the chair, yes. When staff report back, both procurement with the support of legal services, and I should also share that the city is working with other Ontario municipalities on this effort, and so looking for a coordinated response to these types of questions or issues across the province. So short answer is yes, and we'll ensure that we address any legislative statutory requirements as well as any solutions surrounding those legislative or statutory requirements.
Thank you, I appreciate that. In reference to item C, Chair, if I may ask, when it says the City of Hamilton calls on federal and provincial governments, are we going to act on that prior to receiving the report back? Or is that going to wait until we receive the report back so that it can be a more comprehensive discussion?
Through the chair, our interpretation was through the staff report. We would collaborate across departments if there are any requirements or requests that the city has of senior levels of government. We will collaborate across departments and capture that in our report back.
In the report back. Thank you. Those are all my questions, Chair. I'll support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Spatafora.
Thank you, Chair, and obviously supportive of the motion. Just a couple questions. One, I believe Councillor Francis moved this motion previously, and that motion was referred to our governance committee. So what happens with that motion there? I guess for me, it's procedural. We have this motion. I think the difference is we're talking that there was tariffs that came up, and the need for this, but I think this process was started, referred, and now we have a process here that is going to come back to GIC. So what happens with the previous motion that Councillor Francis brought forward that's also referenced in this motion?
Through the chair, staff's intention is to build off of the work that we've already initiated with respect to the previous motion. That work has started. Collaboration has taken place with other municipalities. And in light of the potential threat of U.S. tariffs, the report back will include any specific opportunities as it relates to U.S. tariffs, as well as buying local versus other procurement through any other international bodies or organizations who are hosted internationally.
Thank you, GM Zagarek, for the answer. And I just kudos to Councillor Francis for bringing this up previously. And hopefully we get what we're looking for out of this work now that it'll be expedited through GIC. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spatafora. And now to Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. My question was actually going to be very similar to that of Councillor Spatafora in terms of what happens to the existing motion that was already referred to the subcommittee, and I think that's been asked and answered. So I, as the seconder of Councillor Francis's motion from, I think it was about 2 weeks or so ago, I'm supportive of this, obviously. I think it's important. Tiny bit frustrated that we chose the route of the deferral, noting that the city of Burlington was able to cross the finish line on January 31st, 2025. We perhaps could have had this done more quickly had we chosen to go the original route of the mover, but I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beattie. Councillor McMeekin.
Well, it's said that good judgment's based on experience and experience invariably on bad judgment. I would footnote that because I'm really pleased that the mayor in her wisdom has chosen to go back to Councillor Francis, which was doing his job when he wanted us to deal with this some time ago. Thank you, Councillor, for that. And the reference to NAFTA and CETA, international and Mexican-American Canadian trade agreements. Technically, what we're doing is probably a deviation from that. But that having been said, those trade agreements were predicated on the concept of free trade. They weren't predicated on the recent shot across the bow with 25% tariffs. And it's entirely appropriate for us to take a shot across the bow as well. And we would be doing so in supporting this motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. And Councillor Francis.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate this coming back for discussion. I felt it should have been dealt with a couple weeks ago, and when I originally brought it forward, I felt it was urgent at that time. But in any event, I'm very pleased it's here today, and happy the work I began is being picked up and acted on. And Canadians are united on this issue more than any issue that I've ever seen before. This is incredibly important work. These tariffs pose a very real and direct threat to our taxpayers and should be great reason we need some serious decisions on our final budget meeting on Friday. So I want to thank the mayor for reviving this, and she's got my full support on this issue, and I'm sure everybody from coast to coast to coast in Canada is on the same page on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Francis, for your foresight. Councillor Clark for a second time.
Just speaking to the deferral of the original motion, and to be clear, we don't live in a kingdom where we control everything that is around us. We're a municipality slapped in on a map between other municipalities in a country that's up against another country and another country. Those countries, whether we like it or not, negotiated the free trade agreement, NAFTA, between those three countries. And there was the comprehensive economic trade agreement that was negotiated with the European Union and Canada and the United States. So while we want to show support to the federal government, the provincial governments, pushing back against these tariffs, and they're doing it appropriately, in my opinion, those trade agreements still stand. And we, as a municipality, to my knowledge, we have always complied with those agreements through our procurement process. It is incredibly rare to have a European company say, I'd like to bid on something in Hamilton. You know, they're going to supply us paper clips and send it across the sea. So the delay is simply to ensure that when we're making a decision, our staff have provided us with a review of those complicated trade agreements that we are compelled to live with. We can always advocate to the federal government or the provincial government that should be changes to those agreements. But to unilaterally indicate we want to eliminate any impediment to local trade, that's an issue, because that does not comply with CETA and that does not comply with NAFTA. And so that's why I'm glad that our staff are going to report back so that we truly understand those ramifications. So deferring it was not a delay tactic. Deferring it was to get a comprehensive report back so we understood exactly what we're doing before we do it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Clark, for the cautionary notes and the path that we must take forward on our journey through this. And I see no more speakers, so I think we'll call the electronic vote. It's up.
Councillor Pauls, are you able to vote? Thank you.
And that motion carries 14-0. Back to you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Taddison. That takes us to 11, private and confidential. We have item 11.1, closed session minutes from January 15th, 2025. Could I have a mover and seconder to adopt the confidential minutes and that they remain confidential? Councillor Clark. Councillor Taddison. All those in favor, show of hands. And that's everybody. Thank you. That carries. Okay, now we will need a motion to go into close for items 11.2 and 11.3. May I have a mover and seconder for the following? Pursuant to section 9.3, subsection C and K of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and section 2392, subsection C and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land for city purposes or local board, and a position plan procedure criteria or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the city or local board. And mover, Councillor Taddison, seconded by Councillor Beattie. We'll have an electronic vote, please. And the vote is before you. And that carries unanimously. Members of the public are advised that during the closed session portion of the meeting, the live stream will broadcast a closed session in progress screen. The broadcast will resume when the closed session portion of the meeting is complete. As we are now moving to closed session, I would ask all members of the public, delegates, and external participants to please now exit the WebEx meeting. As well, any staff that are not directly related to the in-camera items are also now asked to please exit the WebEx meeting. I also remind members of council, as per section 8.7 of the procedural bylaw, the use of personal electronic devices during closed meetings is strictly prohibited. However, the use of city electronic devices during closed meetings are limited to text communications only, with the city's electronic devices not being used as a telephone, recording device, or camera. Staff from the Office of the City Clerk are exempted from subsection 8.7C when using electronic devices for record-keeping purposes.
I can't even get it up. You're a sicko.
Oh, thank
Okay, welcome back. We are at item 11.2. It is report PED 25006, surplus land in Ward 14. May I please have a mover and seconder on the following, that Council of the City of Hamilton as approving authority authorizes relief from Section 42 of the Expropriations Act, RSO 1990, CE 26, requiring the expropriating authority to give the previous owner of 1126 Garth Street, from whom the land was taken, the first chance to repurchase the lands on the terms of the best offer received by the expropriating authority, and B, that report PED 25006 respecting surplus land of 14 remain confidential. Mover, Councillor Beattie. Seconder, Councillor Taddison. Any discussion? We will require an electronic vote. And the vote is up. And that carries 12-0. Thank you, everybody. 11.3 is PED 20074B, Animal Services Facility Report, citywide. May I have a mover and seconder on the following? That direction provided to staff in closed session respecting report PED 240074B, Animal Service Facility, be approved and remain confidential. And B, that the report respecting the Animal Services Facility and its appendices remain confidential. Moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Beattie. Any discussion? We'll go to the electronic vote. The vote is up. And that carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody, which brings us to adjournment. With no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 3:07 p.m. Thank you, everyone.